actually don't think I've ever felt more obnoxious in my entire life. Ever. Anyway, hello and welcome to the channel. I don't know how loud this is gonna be, so this is probably gonna get ditched pretty early on in this video. I'm not wearing this the whole time. That would actually be insane. But I figured it'd be fun to start the video this way with my little buddy, Sir Hops-a-Lot. Very lifelike. This thing has been scaring the absolute crap out of me since I got it because I put it in a dark room, and then every time I walk into that room, I think I own a real rabbit. Like, it's very lifelike, especially when you're across the room from it. But anyway, if you guys don't know what this is and don't understand what I'm wearing, then I probably would recommend go reading The Caretaker before we continue on in this video. Otherwise, if you're here, if you've read the book, you know why I'm wearing this. You know why I got Sir Hops-a-Lot with me here. We're just gonna get right into the nitty-gritty details of The Caretaker, which is a wild book. And as we go through the plot, we're going to talk about some theories, some interesting things, a lot of questions. I feel like when I read this one, I had a lot more questions and a lot less theories than I did with We Used to Live Here. I'm also going to stay spoiler free for We Used to Live Here until towards the end. I'm going to mark stuff like down below so you guys will know. We're going to have a We Used to Live Here section because there are many things in here that are somewhat related to We Used to Live Here. But we're going to go over my theories. We're going to go over some Reddit theories. We're going to go over some AMAs that were done by Marcus Cleaver himself. We're just generally going to talk about the book, and you guys see I've already prepared the very first chapter. I'm sweating. I am sweating. The hood's at least coming down. The hood is at least coming down for the rest of this video. I'm probably putting my hair up because I'm sweating in this thing. I am also wearing a sweatshirt, but anyway. Yeah, let's, I guess, get right into it because this is going to be a really, really long video. And I think we're just going to immediately start off with the prologue, which is called Follow the Rights. Okay, that's a little bit better. I feel like I can actually breathe. God, this thing is awful. I would not recommend wearing one of these. All right, so let's get started. And it already starts with a doozy. I feel like this one immediately went into things and kind of already set the stakes pretty high. And we're immediately introduced to a character that we really never hear from again, which is interesting and is different from his previous book. So we immediately open the book up at the Carneswell residence, kind of talking to who we thought was going to potentially be our main character, David, but really isn't our main character, David, but ends up being a very important character in the book. The Carneswell residence is going to be our main setting throughout all of this book, so it is a very important place to start because it is where we start and is where we're going to end the book. And pretty much everything of importance, except for a couple of things, do happen within the Carneswell residence or around in the surrounding area. David hears 3 hollow knocks on the door, and I feel like 3 is always it's just one of those numbers. It's one of those numbers in like literally everything, and it's always bad. Like 3 a.m. witching hour, 3 knocks. It's never a good number. So we have 3 knocks on the door, and David he doesn't want to deal with it. Like, honestly, I can relate. But he knows that he has to follow these footprints. And he kind of tells us as the audience, at this point, we don't really know anything other than what David is telling us. And David is signaling very strongly that he does not want to go outside and does not want to follow these footprints, but there is a necessary need to do it. Obviously, we don't know why at this point, but he has to do it or otherwise there will be some sort of consequences. He grabs his olive green rain poncho, which is very important. Obviously, I'm wearing yellow. You guys know the significance of yellow if you've read the book. But olive green also has a somewhat significance, and we will talk about this later. These books, including We Used to Live Here, have massive color theory. They're very, very important. Olive green is not one that I remember thinking too much about in We Used to Live Here, but it was definitely somewhat brought up a couple of times in The Caretaker and actually in a document that we will go over, like I said, towards the end. We also briefly mentioned David's wife, Grace, and it does seem like she is supposedly unaware of the things that are happening in the house, but can she fully be unaware? So at this point, it does seem like she thinks that David is going through some sort of dementia or something that is just messing with his memory. He's seeing things, hallucinating, etc. But how much of that is actually accurate? Like, how much does Grace actually know versus what she is hoping is not actually happening? Also, another very important piece of information that definitely comes up later and is a big question in this book is David is fine one day and then he seemingly wasn't. And he's been living in this house, I believe, for quite a while. It even says the rights simply emerged in his thoughts, self-evident as if they'd been there all along. So the question becomes, has this Carneswell residence, has this area always been meant for these types of things? Has it always been part of what we assume to be the old house world? Or are certain locations chosen or corrupted potentially? Like, is there a corrupting factor that is arriving in these areas? Or did he see something that triggered something in his brain to actually accept the role as caretaker, and then he is able to see things that other people are not able to? This is one of those things that I really just don't have an answer to. I don't have a ton of theories about this and why David was chosen or picked, because it does seem like he was picked or accepted something, but we can't really know because we never actually get a conversation with David. We don't know what David was doing when this occurred, other than I believe he was like grocery shopping or something. He was in Costco. I love it's literally mentioned by name, Costco. Standing in line at Costco, shopping cart filled to the brim, when a vicious migraine thwacked into his skull like an axe into a cut of dry wood. He buckled over, gripping the cart for balance. A flood of nightmare imagery followed, so vivid he could almost hear it, see it playing out in glossy concrete floors, hallucinatory aberrations showing precisely what would happen if he failed to return home immediately. And this is something that does also get brought up later on, which we will cover when it happens. So this is where we get our first mention of the visitors. So David has gone out onto the property and he is looking for the thing that has left the footprints. And at this point, we can kind of classify them as things or it's, because we're not exactly sure what they are, but David has started to call them visitors. And I find it interesting because it says David has started calling them visitors. He's taken to calling them visitors as of late, these strangers from the woods. So I think it's interesting that David is the one who actually gave them their names and he didn't get names from anyone else, supposedly. It's also told us that visitors kind of act differently, but they can also take on different shapes and forms, and they pretty much use anything at their disposal to trick the person that kind of following after them and trying to make sure they don't cross the property boundary. And at this point, we have our first mention of something that is very important and yet very abstract to the book. It seems like something that's not actually important. However, there are separate documents on Marcus Cleaver's old house document page thing that we're actually going to go over. And so we are told that there are multiple trails that lead up to this Windfall Inlet. And again, the Windfall Inlet is mentioned a few times, nothing very substantial, but there is an entire document about it that we will go again over at the end, because there are some documents. I just don't want to bog down us immediately with all this information because it's a lot. I do love that this beginning chapter is kind of just laying the groundwork for what our actual main character Macy is going to be going through, because it is mentioned that the rabbits are new this year. I loved that. That actually, I missed that the first time that I read it. It just kind of glossed over it because I didn't think anything of, you know, rabbits, but the rabbits are an incredibly important part of the book. And I am somewhat interested in them. We'll get again to them a little bit later in Macy's point of view and why I think they're an interesting choice based on Macy's past. He makes it a point to say that the rabbits are new this year, and this is one of many examples of showing that the property and this site has a willingness to evolve, which is really scary because this is a rules-based horror book. But when things evolve, that means the rules don't always apply. And that is a very, very important point in this book. And again, multiple times throughout this book, we are told that the rules change. And it is very important to the end of this book and very big context clues for what happens at the end. It is also pointed out that the rabbits are kind of odd because they almost look like they're domesticated rabbits. They're not like the hares that you see in front of your house. And this actually also leads back to a Arizona document, which we will go again at the end. But it does talk about species that aren't necessarily supposed to be in the places that they're found. And this will probably look a little bit similar to something from We Used to Live Here. And this isn't really a spoiler, but there are animals in We Used to Live Here, or I guess not animals, but insects from We Used to Live Here. They're basically not where they're supposed to be. And it almost points to parallel universes, differing realities. And that is possibly what this relates to. It's a little complicated for starting out, especially if you haven't read We Used to Live Here. I'm probably just throwing some stuff out that you guys are gonna get really confused about. So anyway, we run into a weeper. I hate that name because it's so terrifying. It's so scary. And so David kind of explains to us that there are different visitors, and the weepers are one such example where you have like rules. Each type of visitor, depending on how they act, you have rules that actually is supposed to bring them away from the property line. So with weepers, you're supposed to make sure they don't cry or get hysterical and you lead them away from the property boundary. But if something happens, you take evasive action. Unfortunately, this weeper is somebody that David recognizes. But the most important part from this is that it has pale blue eyes. Blue is an incredibly important color in this book. And We Used to Live Here. We'll get more into that as the book goes deeper, but blue always be on the lookout for blue and generally green. This is also a very, very important question. None of the visitors retain some semblance of loved ones. So obviously David sees someone that he has loved in the past, and it looks like he did lose this person as well. And so how do the visitors know and act similar to a loved one? So we're looking at, is there mind reading going on, which was brought up later in the book? Or is it just because he's a part potentially of Old House at this point? And entities and people and things within Old House just seem to know things. So that seems like also a really good option. Also, very quickly, if you don't know what Old House is, I would recommend going and looking it up. It's kind of just like the overall universe that these books take place in. It's just like an area of strangeness and otherworldly things, kind of. It's just like another liminal space, basically. That's kind of how I very easily explain it. It's much more complicated than that. Just think of it as almost like an in-between space, or like this monster eating things. And it just kind of says, come on in, and then it won't let you out. So alternate reality space that really doesn't like to let people out of. And that is why I would recommend reading We Used to Live Here if you have not, because We Used to Live Here, I do think, has a lot more relating to Old House lore, etc. in it. It's funny because I'm like trying to stay on track, but there's like little things that I have to bring up that were brought up in like my other video, but I gotta remember some people are watching this without having watched that one and potentially don't have knowledge of the Reddit, etc. So I'm trying to like put little tidbits in there before we get too deep into lore and knowledge and get really confusing, because you will see when I confuse myself. There are great odds that I will call people the wrong names and that I will confuse myself with plot lines. So keep that in mind. Like I said before, we have examples of this reality or property or whatever this is evolving. We have a line that said the visitors never spoke during the walk back, but this visitor begins to speak. And so it's just so important to remember that these visitors will do anything necessary, anything within their power that they're able to do to trick the caretaker. This is someone interesting. Marcus Cleaver has pointed this person out. I don't know the significance of them, but I'm gonna bring it up so I have it for posterity's sake, because I look back at these videos as well for future videos. But the cowboy hat and missing eyebrow dude, apparently one of the visitors was dressed up like that, potentially. Curious if he really was a visitor. Doesn't say pale blue eyes specifically, but he did disappear like a visitor. So I don't know potentially if this was a visitor or something else. So I am curious. I don't have any answers for this one, but I did want to mention it because he has mentioned it outside of this book as well. Inside of an AMA saying kind of important characters was this guy. So cowboy hat and missing eyebrow. At some point we'll hear from him again. And then I had this very important question, because at this point we're walking through the forest. David is seeing somebody that he potentially loved and lost, and he has convinced this person to follow him back away from the property boundary without crying and keeping everything under wraps. But now they're kind of chatting, which doesn't bode well for David. It is a deviance of what he is used to, and he's not sure where to go from here. And then there's a swap. There's a switch that flips in the visitor, and the visitor turns on David. And the question is, what causes this swap? Because this does happen again later in the book. What causes the malevolent spirit, which could generally just kind of follow him back to the house and then make its move? Why does it choose to swap when it does? Like, what is the thought process within these visitors? Is there a hive mind, which is something we'll talk about in documents later? Is there something inside of it telling it when it should start to become this other thing? Because it does seem like these visitors are multiple things all at once, but we're not sure exactly what they are, obviously, because they are just some sort of strange, malevolent creature, but they also follow somewhat by rules. And it is interesting because this is something that connects back to We Used to Live Here. It's not really a spoiler, but so this thing seems to know David's worst fears and is preying upon them when it shoves him down and then runs towards the house. So once David is on the ground, he is trying to get back to the house. And unfortunately, he sees many visitors wearing these yellow ponchos running towards the house as well. And all he can think about over and over again is to get home. Obviously, we don't know the significance of this yet, but it is something that is very prevalent in his mind that he has to get to the house before or after these things, but we don't know what happens after that. Dark shapes begin to move in his periphery, more visitors, dozens upon dozens, some tall, some short, some thin, some broad, but all were clad in yellow rain ponchos and all were running toward the house. And it fades to black, and what we are left with is exciting opportunity. Caretaker for elderly husband urgently needed. 3 days of work, competitive pay, serious applicants only. And that is our prologue. Okay, so I know I just threw a lot at you guys. I would definitely recommend at this point, if you are a little bit lost because of the old house talk, etc., I would go check out the Reddit threads. I would go check out Marcus Cleaver's AMAs. I would go read We Used to Live Here if you haven't read it yet. I do think it helps understand some things that are going on in the backstory. You don't have to, but I do think it does help a little bit. I also think that if you do research the Caretaker, it is possible you will get spoilers for We Used to Live Here, because there are, obviously, like I said, connections created because they are within the same universe. But if you are good, if you are comfortable, but I am going to reference Old House, and I'm trying to like think of it in the most like non-complicated way possible, but it is basically like this space, and it can exist in our universe, it can exist in another plane of existence, it can exist in layers, it can exist in grid patterns. It's just different layers of a reality that can change and morph and move, and it is a sticky spot, basically. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about Old House. I know it's a little bit complicated if you haven't read anything about it, but yeah, I will be referencing that throughout this video. So let's get into the rest of the plot. And we're finally going to meet our main protagonist, Macy, who will ease us more into the story than just starting with David, where we started. We're in it. David just brought us right into the story. So Macy will ease us in a little bit more. Moving into actual chapter 1, I did take a little break so I could refresh the board, and I showered because I was sweating nervously through the whole prologue, because the prologue was like the scariest part to get through because it had the most explaining and the most confusing things leading into the book. So now we're starting with Macy, where we're starting fresh, and we're gonna keep talk of Old House to a minimum where it's only really necessary. Also, spiders. Spiders are a huge theme in this book, and I didn't find like that much about it on Reddit. Maybe I missed it, but the spiders are mentioned a weird amount, and I do have kind of my theories on that. And to be honest, yes, some of them came from Spider-Man, but we'll get into them later because that has to do with multiverse, parallel universe things. That'll be a later thing when we talk about We Used to Live Here, etc. But just know that spiders are important, and spiders are apparently relevant to the plot in my head. It may not actually be, but they're in my head, they're relevant. So we officially meet Macy, and we meet her actually on a bus on the way to a job interview, and she is going to 5637 Brooksview Heights. Now, numbers are very important in Marcus Cleaver's books. Now, do I know what 5637 is? No. I am really bad when it comes to the numbers in his books. So that is something that I will have to keep an eye on Reddit, because this video is going to take multiple days to film, so I will be researching throughout just in case something new pops up. But 5637 probably is relevant in some way. I just don't know why at this point. So anyway, she has answered a Craigslist ad by Grace, and if you remember Grace is the wife of David. So supposedly Grace is asking in an ad for a caretaker for her husband, who we assume is David. So a very important thing that we learn in this chapter is that Macy's pretty desperate for a job. She is supporting her younger sister. She is down on her luck, desperate, and there's clearly some depression that you kind of get a little bit of a hint of in this chapter, and that she is pretty much willing to do anything at this point to provide for herself and her sister, which is, I think, a really, really important part of this book, and we'll talk about why in a second. We're also introduced, like I said, to the younger sister, Gemma. We haven't talked to her yet, but she is mentioned a couple of times, and it does seem like Macy is the primary caregiver of Gemma at this point. This is where our first bit of weird happens, and I can't super talk about this currently because my thoughts revolving around this situation does relate back to We Used to Live Here, so I'll just kind of leave that there. But basically, the bus stops and a very strange man enters the bus. At this point on the bus is Macy, the bus driver, and another strange passenger who is wearing a blue coat and has red hair. The man who enters the bus is gaunt and very sickly looking, but at the same time, there's also something very strange about him. He has perfect teeth and bright green eyes. He does not have a ticket for the bus, so he kind of turns around, looks directly at Macy and asks Macy if she has money or a ticket or something to help him get on the bus. She does not respond. She honestly acts exactly how I would, and I do not do well under pressure like this. this. Like, my instinct would be to help, but on a bus late at night, I do think I would panic and lock up and just sit there, which is pretty much what she does. And he does end up getting kicked off the bus by the bus driver. But the one last strange thing that happens is the girl in the blue coat does look around and is looking at her, and Macy just barely glimpses her face, but all she sees are blurry coal black eyes before the girl turns back around and sits motionless, looking away from her. Macy also has her first dream. This is definitely a very common theme throughout the book and is actually very important, and it doesn't really make sense to us at this point, so I won't really go into it too much here. She is dreaming about or hallucinating or whatever does come up later, and it's actually a very, very sad point in the book, but even at this point you can tell something is bothering her, and these repeating images keep floating in her head. We finally arrive at the Windfall Transit Center, and we have talked about Windfall, so Windfall Inlet is in this area. It is mentioned that she has a Pikachu backpack, but purposefully it is mentioned that it is faded and that the tail has been ripped off, because as we know, yellow is a very important color, so the fact that her Pikachu backpack is more of a white color instead of yellow does feel significant in this instance. It's also strange that when she gets off the bus, there is a dead zone, so she has to ask the bus driver what direction to go in, and once she's more in the neighborhood in Brooksview Heights, the cell connection does come back. So it does seem like there is a bit of a dead zone that is surrounding this area, which it does seem to be very like out in the middle of nowhere, so it wouldn't be that odd to have their own like cell connection within Brooksview Heights. So moving on to chapter 2, very short chapters. I do really appreciate that. So walking through the neighborhood, there are no cars. There's no luxury cars, but there's no cars in general, and all of the houses also look completely abandoned. However, not abandoned in their lawn or the maintenance landscaping. It looks like no one actually lives in these houses, but they're still maintained, which honestly is such an HOA thing. That if you, like, these houses are maintained even if no one's living in them, it just feels like a very HOA thing to do. But this doesn't seem like the type of area that would actually probably have an HOA. But basically they're kept manicured, the lawns are done, the flowers are alive, they're thriving. The houses look empty. So Macy kind of speculates, are these summer houses? Like, what's actually going on with these houses? And we have our first sighting of a rabbit that hops out of the petunias. This neighborhood is also laid out very interestingly, that the further you get in the neighborhood, the further spaced out the houses get and the bigger that they get, until we get to the Carneswell residence, which is actually at a dead end. It is all the way in the back, has a lot of property, but it's only a modest 2-story ranch house, which Macy points out and seems very strange about, because all the other houses were massive mansions. The house also has an incredibly long driveway, which at this point Macy is very done and over with because she's been walking for a really, really long time. This chapter actually ends with us meeting an interviewee, which is really interesting because she looks nothing like Macy, and she actually looks really pissed off and kind of annoyed that she had to come all this way. And she's dressed very nicely. She says good luck to Macy, and she drives off in her very nice car. And I think that's a very important piece as well, and that's something that we'll get to once Macy actually takes the job, because I think there's a reason that this interviewee was not accepted. Basically, it does seem like this interviewee is not exactly what Grace was looking for, and Macy does seem to be the right kind of person for this job, and I do have a little bit of a theory about that later on. I am officially ditching the rain jacket. I can't do it anymore. It is the next day. I can't. I have to like try not to move so that you don't hear it moving, because it is actually really, really loud. So I was making sure last night that the footage was okay, and there was just like just enough crinkling that I was like, absolutely not, we're not doing this anymore. So without the rain poncho, we are moving on to chapter 3, and I will say chapter 3 is like a massively important chapter, and I feel like a lot of my questions for this book revolve around things that happened in chapter 3, just because of Grace, and where does Grace fall in the scheme of everything that's going on? I feel like that's a big question that everybody has, is who is Grace, how much does she know, and what were her motivations in hiring Macy? So we finally arrived at the Carneswell residence, and Macy goes inside, and the first thing that we see is David's olive green poncho on the coat rack. So this was brought up earlier that David was wearing an olive green poncho, and olive green is an important color in this somewhat. Again, olive green, I'm not exactly sure the significance of that one, but it has been brought up specifically that color a couple of times. We are also immediately shown a panoramic of the Windfall Inlet, which is very interesting and actually raises a couple of questions, because it says that David actually took the photo, and Macy's eye is immediately drawn to it. And I am curious, when did David take the picture? Does the Windfall Inlet have something to do with the visions and him him becoming the ward of the house. Did taking that picture prompt something? So it really stinks that we can't have any actual discussions with David because he is gone. Because I would like to know when he took the picture. Was it before or after the vision started? Did taking the picture do something to his mind or accept some sort of role that he wasn't sure about? Is Windfall Inlet like the epicenter of everything that is happening here? We also note white rotary phone. This is something that is important later, but it is also a major highlight of something that we will be going over in the We Used to Live Here section, because this is huge. This is a very big point that can match over to We Used to Live Here. So we will be going over that white rotary phone. There was also a very weird part where we bring up the fireplace, which seems to be out of place. I thought it was really interesting that this fireplace was mentioned, but then never really mentioned again specifically why it seems out of place. Like, it was mentioned again for specific purposes, but the actual look of it, the actual out of placeness of it was never brought up again. So I'm not sure the significance of why it seems out of place, but that was something that was kind of hit a little bit hard on in the text. It says it's a wood burning stove. Even from across the room, I could feel its radiating warmth. The fireplace was cast iron with a glass door and a crooked chimney pipe leading up to the ceiling. Despite matching the overall decor, it felt oddly out of place, like it had been torn from some remote lodge and brought here against its will. That's such unique phrasing that I am curious what that actually means within the context of the book. Also, we're introduced to the VHS tape, and this is something that I didn't pick up on the first time, but it specifically says, do not watch unless permitted by ward of the house, and that is something important in a second. So we will double back actually to this. So basically, Grace and Macy start chatting. They start doing the interview process, asking her questions, and one of the things that Macy says in her head is she wants the job because she's broke and desperate, and that she is the legal guardian to her younger sister, Gemma. And I think this desperation, I think I said it before, is one of Macy's most important qualities when it comes actually to becoming ward of the house. I think, to be honest, the ward of the house potentially picks people who do feel a sort of desperation, this need to do something. So I feel like the house potentially almost preyed on her, and that's why she ended up getting picked for the job. We also go through Macy's old jobs, and one of the big ones was a landscaper, and that was a job that she actually did with her father, who has passed away at this point. We don't know too much other than that, but I do find it interesting that Macy specifically is a landscaper, and the only thing that looked normal about the neighborhood was the landscaping. It's something she noticed immediately. So is that normal? Like, is this neighborhood actually a real thing? Was this neighborhood just a almost figment of this area's imagination? Like, it's almost drawing Macy in. It's showing her, hey, look at the landscaping. Look at how good this looks. Because it doesn't seem like there's actually anyone around that's taking care of anything. So that I found really interesting. So are the houses being perfectly manicured just a coincidence? Or is this the area, again, trying to draw Macy in specifically? Then we have the mic drop, and Grace tells Macy that David is dead. David has died, and David actually died 3 months ago. So it turns out that this job is actually for caretaking of the house specifically, because she's going to be gone, and there are certain things that Macy is going to have to do that Grace promised her husband to continue doing after he passed. So Grace kind of explains that she does these little ritual things because David truly believed in them and asked Grace to continue doing them. And this is our biggest question here. This is our biggest question. Does Grace actually believe David is hallucinating, or does she really need someone to replace her? And in that case, if she knows kind of what's going on, because I have a couple of thoughts about this. I think there's a couple of routes that you can go with this. But if Grace doesn't know, if Grace is not actually the ward of the house, but she is looking for a replacement, I think it's unlikely that Grace doesn't know something is legitimately happening. I just cannot go through this whole book thinking Grace thinks that David has been hallucinating everything, because Macy asks the very important question, why continue doing it once David's dead? Like, I get making a promise to a dying man, to somebody that you loved, but it only goes so far. And the level of things that she has to do around the house are just so odd to the point that most people would just kind of not do them. So I am firmly in the camp that Grace knows something's happening, but I actually don't think that she knows the extent of it. I just think that she does believe something is bad. So in that case, if we are assuming that Grace knows there is something happening and that there are potentially real consequences. Is she trying to permanently replace herself as potentially a ward? Because then it gets down into, did Grace take over a ward for David, or is she just a fill-in for an eventual ward? Then it comes down to, is Grace actually trying to permanently find a replacement? And there's a couple of reasons. So if we believe that she's permanently trying to find a replacement, which I kind of do believe that. Like, I feel like, yeah, she probably does want to visit family, but who's gonna come back to this house and choose to do all of this? You live in a really weird neighborhood. Obviously, strange things are happening. If you can find someone to replace you, I feel like most people would. And so, why would Grace try and trick somebody into replacing her? Obviously, it's a really shit job. You don't want to do it. But could it also be because of age? Like, Grace is getting older. Grace is, I think it said, between her 60s and 70s. And how long really can you keep this up? So it is potentially that she does know what's going on and she needs to replace herself as a ward because she is getting older and knows that she needs someone to replace her. It's also possible that the house didn't actually accept her as the ward. So if we assume that Grace is not actually the ward, she's aware of some things happening, but she doesn't know the extent of things happening, which I do think is the case. It is possible that the house, or whatever this is, because there is some strange entity or something going on here, it does seem like the house is part of what's going on. And I'm curious if the area just didn't accept Grace as the new ward, or potentially the organization that is helping to run things did not accept Grace, or potentially Grace knew how to accept the ward position and chose to avoid doing those things that would make her a permanent ward. So there's a lot of different options here. I do think it's kind of a mix of everything. My prevalent idea, what I do think is, I think Grace knows something is happening and no longer feels a need to continue doing this. She wants to be with her family. She's getting older in age. She wants to live her life before she doesn't have a life able to live anymore. So I do think she was trying to find somebody that would appease the house, and she thinks would also many years ahead of them to be able to be wards. So that's kind of where I sit with it. Now, that does leave a little bit of a gap, because if Grace is not the ward and she's not seeing everything that's happening, because on multiple occasions, David does say that Grace thinks he's going crazy, and Grace says she thinks he was going crazy. But it is possible she's not seeing all these things. And I feel like the odds are she wasn't, based on all the stuff that Macy has to deal with. Like, what Macy, it's crazy how much stuff Macy has to deal with. But if my theory is correct and Grace isn't a ward, I do think it's interesting, because specifically this says, do not watch unless permitted by ward of the house. So Grace allowing Macy to watch the VCR, does that mean that Grace is the ward? So that's a little bit of a gray area right there. Or does it just mean that Grace has the power of ward because she's kind of, again, acting as like an intermediary until she can find an actual ward? So that's kind of where I'm at with that. I do think Grace knows stuff is going on, but is not the actual ward. I think she is trying to find someone to replace what David was doing, and has found Macy. And I do think a little bit points to that, because I do think Grace knows a little bit more than she's letting on, because she says that David felt like there were consequences, and Macy asks, and those consequences are, so like, and Grace is like, well, you don't get to know them until you're like the ward, or you choose to take the job, choose to take the caretaker job. So it's like, okay, Grace might know some of these consequences, but we're not 100% sure. She's very quiet. She's very obtuse about the things that she knows about the house. And I think what really points to Grace kind of knowing a little bit more than she's letting on, and why I think the house almost kind of chooses itself, is that Grace says, I really have a good feeling about this interview, and then basically bribes Macy with the pay. So I am thinking that there's a vibe that is given off potentially by the house, and it almost picks its new caretaker based on who they think is going to be best for the job. And I also, again, it goes back to that desperation. A person who is not in need of a job immediately, this most likely is not something they're going to agree to. Like, it generally is just, it's just a little too sketchy for the average person. So I do think Macy's desperation, Macy's need for this is something that potentially Grace and the house have picked up onto. Also, would like to point out, when we talk about this phrase, do not watch unless permitted by the lord of the house, house was capitalized. House was capitalized. And I think that is very important. Marcus Cleaver does not capitalize things by accident. Like, that is not generally accidental. So when it says unless permitted by the ward of the house, this is what gives me a big hint of the house potentially having some sort of sentience. And I maintain that to the end. I think anything that pretty much is within this old house universe has some sort of sentience to it. So that is why I'm going to be referring to the house almost as a living thing. And potentially the house itself may not be living, but something may be inhabiting it that it makes it seem like it's living. So we'll go with that. Next up, we have a bunch of like little chapters because we have left Carnesville House at this point and we are about to meet Gemma. And so we're kind of just going through Macy and Gemma's life together and kind of the dire state that they're in and why Macy was so willing to take this very sketchy job. So Macy talks about how much she was actually offered, which was $9,000 total, which is actually insane. This is definitely one of those situations of this is obviously too good to be true. She is offered $3,000 up front, $3,000 after the job, and if you do a really good job, a bonus $3,000. I would even have a hard time turning something like that down, but I don't know if I ever would have gotten to the offer. Like the second I heard that the husband was actually dead and it was just a house sitting job, and I just don't know. I don't know if I would have even made it to that point because it is really curious about the previous person who left, like the person that she passed as she was going in. I am curious how far into the discussion that she actually made it. Or did Grace take one look at her and just turn her away because she knew she wasn't desperate enough to take this job and she wasn't the right person? So there's like little things like that that we wish that we were privy to, but because we were in Macy's perspective, don't get to know those little things. So Grace also gives Macy the VHS tape because she did accept the caretaker job. And it turns out that Grace says that she never actually watched the tape. And this is part of the evidence that I have that I don't think that Grace was actually a ward. I don't think she had the job that David did. And that's why I don't think she was seeing the things that David was seeing. And it's also mentioned that Grace says that David would want Macy to watch the VHS tape alone because David would say something like, more people that know about the rules, the worse the situation can be, which is something that I do think is the case here actually. Also, the second that Macy gets paid, she does start to pay the bills with the money that she received because she is overdue on a lot of things. And she also mentions Gemma's inhaler, which this is not the last time this is going to get brought up. Moving on to chapter 5, Bad Weather. There's not like a ton of stuff that's brought up in this one, but probably the most important things are, it is mentioned that they live in Salem, Oregon, which is like talked about kind of a lot to not seem that important, but I guess it is kind of just setting up where we are or nearby locations because we were told that the bus ride to the place was like an hour and a half from her house. So we aren't in Salem, Oregon in the Carnesville house. Macy and Gemma's home is in Salem, Oregon. We're also told, which to me is such an important piece of information, Macy had a stuffed rabbit named Doc when she was a child, which to me points that the house or the entity or something within the property is almost precognizant, like almost knows what's going to happen or has an idea of who they want part of the property. So I do think that Macy having a stuffed rabbit named Doc is important because of the rabbits that have started showing up on the property. And David even mentioned they're relatively new. It seems like they were new within the past year. So was the house already preparing for Macy to arrive and it purposefully used rabbits because they knew it would be kind of a tough subject for her, especially what you're supposed to do with the rabbits. So the rabbits could possibly be just another way for the house to see if it could push Macy into failing. Also, we then mentioned the story over the garden wall. And again, nothing is accidental in these books. So I actually ended up looking up Over the Garden Wall, and it is a mini series. And it says the series centers on two half brothers who travel through a mysterious forest to find their way home, encountering a variety of strange and fantastical things on their journey. It's also based on an animated short film called Tome of the Unknown. And it's all about traveling deeper and deeper into the unknown, which feels very pointed for this story. It does feel like this was intentionally brought up as kind of like an analogy between Macy and what she's about to go into and what they're dealing with in their story. So we're finally shown where Macy actually lives, and it is in a repurposed motel. We are also shown a couple of different locations on the way to this motel. So we have the Hawthorne Hotel and we also have a Denny's that's nearby, just kind of giving us the lay of the land and how kind of not destroyed, but run down and no longer in use a lot of the places are around here. And again, it just adds to the desperation and showing you how much Macy really needs this job. It also, I believe, because the story deals a lot with OCD and depression, like it is very much dealing with depression, which is why I did struggle a little bit with some of this book, because I have my own experience with pretty extreme depression, and this book was phenomenal. So I do feel like this place that Macy is living in is almost an outward representation of depression and things falling apart, just life kind of getting away from you. Going into chapter 6, we finally actually meet Gemma, and we are given like some backstory about them. And it's called Attack because we go over this game that Gemma and Macy used to play when they were kids, where they would jump out and scream attack, and Macy does whop Gemma on the nose when Gemma decides to jump out at her. And I do actually think it's kind of important to note this moment for later on, that this is a game that they play. They kind of are aware of each other and that they've played this game before, and that maybe hiding and showing up isn't the best idea. In chapter 7, we learn a little bit more about Gemma and one of the struggles that Macy actually has with Gemma, and that's Gemma's a klepto. She loves to steal. Like, she loves to steal things. And Gemma actually just stole Macy a pair of headphones, and that's pretty much what this whole chapter is about. But we also learn that Gemma has a pale scar on her ear from something that happened when Macy was cutting her hair. And then we also are told that the VHS tape is cold to the touch. This is so important. Anything that is cold to the touch is going to become suspicious for us. So keep in mind that as we go through the book, that cold to the touch does become synonymous with potentially some entity activity. And I maintain that cold to the touch, ooh, there's some good moments with that you're just like, coldness is definitely a key trigger in this book. And then it ends off with, I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with this because Gemma pulls out blue licorice. And I told you guys about color theory. This could be a red herring. But generally, blue and green are very important colors. Blue specifically generally means that there is something suspicious going on, potentially with Old House. So the blue licorice is just I think it could be a red herring. In there. I would not be surprised if there were some red herrings thrown in there, but it's like, it makes me question it. It's like, why is she eating blue licorice specifically? Does that mean like there's something weird going on already? Or is this something that's supposed to help us later? Because we do learn that the blue licorice, she eats it so much, it basically is staining her mouth. So is that important? Is that important later in the book? I'm not sure. And we end this chapter with Gemma asking what is going on with this VHS tape. So we're obviously about to go watch this VHS tape. I know I said this about an earlier chapter, but we are moving on to arguably the most important chapter in the entire book, because here are the rules breakdown. Basically everything in this chapter is so incredibly important, because this is how we know shit's about to get bad. It's about to get bad because guys, I would have failed. I would have failed on day one as well. You know, I'm pretty good at following rules, but the insanity of these rules is like, are you kidding me? Like, these were meant to fail. They were meant to fail. So I am not surprised where this book heads, because I would have gone the same direction. Granted, after seeing these, I don't know if I would have shown up to the house, but again, I have to put myself in Macy's perspective. Like, we have to put ourselves in Macy's perspective. Macy has like no other choice. They're about to get evicted. She has no job. Her sister has no job, is trying to get a job, but is a klepto and most likely is not going to get a job. Like, people will do a lot to survive, and this is a surviving situation. So, unfortunately, we are gonna watch the VHS tape. So Macy has told Gemma about the lie, and Gemma immediately is like, no, absolutely not. Gemma would survive a horror movie. Absolutely. Gemma 100% would be our final girl in a slasher, in a paranormal, anything. If Gemma was the main character, we probably would have a completely different ending than what we had with Macy. But that's because Gemma is just a different type of character. Also at this point was when I was wondering, like, what was the time period of this one? I do know time periods are a little bit funky in these books, but if we're assuming based on like how people are dressed. And based on the fact that they actually do have to go search for a VCR, I am kind of assuming that a VHS is a bit of an odd choice. And also the fact that the VCR is kept in the storage closet. I know that seems innocuous. However, we know the significance of the storage closet. Like if you've read this book, if you haven't, you don't know yet, but if you've read this book, then you know the significance of the storage closet later on in the book when it comes to the lights. So I do think it's interesting that we're using a VHS, which does seem to be obsolete in this story, and we are finding it in a storage closet, which is arguably a very important location in a different house later in the book. That begs the question, is it a VHS because that's just what David had and that was easiest to record on? Or is it a VHS because Macy's dad collects VHSs and they have a VCR readily available? Kind of begs to question if this is another ploy by the house that is specifically aimed at Macy. So we end up going through the storage closet and there's just so much stuff. There's just crap. Just so much crap. And that happens, especially when you have a lost loved one. You definitely tend to either get rid of all their stuff or you hoard their things. And in this case, they've hoarded a lot of their things. And because they are still all living together and their father has passed, everything has kind of just been shoved into this little space. And so we do actually end up finding Doc, which is very interesting that we found Doc after apparently not having him for quite a long time and also just thinking about him recently. So we find Doc and we also go down memory lane about all these different things that they did as they were kids and stuff that they did with their father. We also finally find the VCR, which launches out of the closet, almost hits Gemma in the face, which already just seems like a really bad omen. It almost feels like an omen of like Gemma should not be watching this. Like it's like the VHSs are working with the VCR and trying to take Gemma out so she does not get involved in this because she's not supposed to be watching the VCR. But of course, Gemma also watches the VHS because of course she does. I mean, I would too. Like if I brought this thing home and I had a family member or even like a roommate, I probably would also show them the VHS. I'm like, seriously, if someone tells me, oh, only one person needs to watch it because it'll be a lot worse if other people watch it, am I gonna believe that? I feel like I'm not gonna believe that. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like hindsight is 2020. Like you don't know you're in a horror movie until you're in the horror movie, so you're not thinking horror movie rules because obviously you follow the horror movie rules. But in this case, we're not following the horror movie rules and there are consequences later, but I don't think I would know to follow them. So anyway, the screen turns solid blue. And I talked to you guys before, blue's important. And I do think blue here is of great significance because I don't know necessarily if money is the key here. I believe that watching the VHS tape is what does kind of link you to old house, or in this case, the caretaking job. So I do think Gemma watching this tape, it doesn't necessarily link her, but it's like the house knows her now. I do think that is the case. I think this videotape with the blue screen and also some of the clips that we're going to talk about in a second, I do think this is linking Macy to the house, and the house is also becoming familiar with Gemma at the same time. Chapter 9, VHS. Let's talk about the rules. I love a rules horror. I love rules horror. It's so much fun, and you know it's going to be bad when there's rules because you know that they're all going to get broken, but you have hope. You have hope that the main character can figure some shit out. Let's just say Macy is not that person. Macy was not the person made for rules horror. Absolutely not. So we have a blue screen and a harsh tone for about 7 seconds. David comes onto the screen and he says, I will detail the necessary precautions in regards to suppressing the entity that resides at the house. And I feel like this part is really illuminating because it's not saying we're suppressing the house, we're suppressing multiple things on the property. No, it is suppressing the entity. So it does seem like something has potentially possessed the grounds, possessed the house, possessed the grounds. And I am curious if it is something that he picked up from Windfall Inlet. That's why I need to know the date. I want to know the date that he took the picture, because did he take the picture and then the entity latched onto him and followed him home and now it's like taken over this property? When did this entity form in this house? Or was it like a week before and it found a weak person to latch onto and therefore it was able to kind of take over this area? We don't have a good timeline to really answer any of these questions, but I really am curious if David picked something up when he took that picture, because I feel like that's a big thing in horror, is pictures have a lot of power sometimes in a lot of horror movies in the horror genre. So if you take a picture, sometimes things can latch onto you. Just saying. So anyway, the tape cuts to a concrete room for 3 seconds, and then we dive back to David. Now the concrete room, I'm assuming it's the basement. I'm assuming it's the basement in the Carnswell house. Do I know why we're specifically showing the basement? No, I do have like a suspected theory that just generally in old house basements, they're bad news. Basements are bad news. That goes back to we used to live here. Basements are just not fun. They're not good places. They're never good places in horror. So there's probably something relating to that. I don't have a lot of good theories for why the basement was shown in this part, but it's not good. It's not good. But also, I feel like the one thing it could again be a moment of precognitions because that's where we kind of end up at the end, is the basement at one point. So potentially this video could be showing us the future. I don't think that's it, but that is something that crossed my mind. Let's talk about the rules. And so I did put the rules over here. So these rules are going to stay up here so we can reference them. And I did shorthand them because there's like little things within the rules as well. Like it's not just like rabbits, that's not a rule. There's stuff within it, but I wasn't gonna write all that out. There's a lot to write because it's like little nitpicky things. And then if you don't do something right, other things happen. So this will remind me exactly what is going on. So let's talk about the rules. And obviously keep a house tidy. I honestly thought that was really funny. I mean, I'm already screwed. My house is an absolute mess most of the time. It's actually clean right now, but keep a house tidy. That is the first rule. The messier the house, the more likely you run into trouble. So then rule 2 is arguably the most like annoying. It's like the most annoying one, and it is pretty easy to fail, which we find out pretty early. But it is to keep the lights off between 3 and 4 a.m. Obviously that is the witching hour. And it is to keep the lights off between 3 and 4 a.m. on the main and second story, but you don't have to worry about the basement because of course you don't. You don't have to go in the basement, which I appreciate. If you had to do second story, main floor, and basement, that would be too hard. I feel like that would be level challenge impossible. And then he does say specifically, and if you have to use the facilities and can't see in the dark, feel free to switch on a light or two. No, I'm not doing that. Are you kidding me? That's fine. Just don't let any of them stay on for more than 3 minutes at a time. Not 1 second over 3 minutes. Be vigilant. The lights have a nasty habit of turning on by themselves. And this is something that we will go back over during We Used to Live Here. We used to live here. That is something we'll talk about again. And then if you do fail this right, there is an envelope that says in case of lights, and that is the only time you open it. You don't open it before that. I do love that it says in the event you're dumb enough to fail this one, open the envelope. It's like, we're failing that one right away, aren't we? Like, just because he said that, I know we're failing that one immediately. And like, why wouldn't she? Like, how serious is she really taking these? Because I'd be kind of like, la, 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 la. I wouldn't be like obsessed over timing of things, which would get me into trouble. Again, you don't know you're in a horror movie until you're in a horror movie. And then it also says, so long as you keep the lights under control, you shouldn't have to worry about anything else. Yeah, okay. Seems that the failure of one right often triggers the next. Of course, there's always outlier events, so stay alert. Again, this is such an important point. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over again in this book, we are told that there are outliers, there are evolutions. So never assume that everything is going to run exactly as it is stated it's going to run. So rule number 3, it's the rabbits. It's the rabbits, my absolute least favorite. I hated this one. This is where I would fail every time. There's like, I can do the lights. I can deal with visitors. I can deal with tidying the house. I can't deal with the effing rabbits. I cannot deal with the rabbits. I would collapse on this one. And again, this is why I do think that Macy having Doc as a child, I do think there is a connection between that. I do think the rabbits potentially were purposefully picked for Macy to help make her fail. If you see one within a 50-foot or so radius of the house, you must lock all doors that lead to outside. For some reason, don't ask me why, that seems to help keep them at bay. If God forbid you see one inside the house, catch it and toss it back out, especially a white one. Catch it within 10 minutes. If you don't, they'll start scratching at the hardwood. At that point, leave them be and open the envelope that says, in case of rabbits. Nightmare, nightmare, that's my nightmare one. And then also, do not let the rabbit out after 10 minutes have passed. Oh, God. So that one's important. That one's really important for later. And then after the rabbits, the screen glitches again for about 4 seconds, and this time it's showing a TV cart with a VHS on it, which again feels a little bit suspicious and sounds like something that happens towards the end of the book. So after seeing the VCR, we do talk about the final rule. And the final rule is the visitors, and arguably probably the scariest, and that's because they look like people. Like, you never want people showing up at your house in the middle of the night, especially when you're dealing with lights and you're dealing with rabbits, and now you have to deal with people that seem like they want to break into your house. And it's just not, it's not a fun time. It's not a fun time. At this point, I would start being suspicious that I wasn't a horror movie and would start being like, maybe this isn't the best idea. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this. But again, at this point, I don't know if it really matters. I feel like Macy's already in at this point. The visitors will always have cold blue eyes. They will show up between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. Do not answer the door. And the most important part is to hide. Hide, don't let them see you, pray that they go away. And it even says, hide and pray you didn't forget to lock any of the doors. So that does sound like they will come in if you've left any of the doors unlocked. The visitors won't even climb through an open window. They only use doors, and they won't force their way inside, not usually. Again, it's that not usually that is incredibly, incredibly important. So you know what? Just still lock the windows, still lock everything. So again, we are assuming that there is ability to evolve. So any of these rules can be taken with a grain of salt at this point. Most of them, if they haven't seen or heard you, will leave after 30 minutes, in which case the phone will usually ring and somebody will tell you what to do next. Always do exactly what the person on the phone tells you, even if it contradicts anything else he's told you. So David says, whatever the person on the phone says, you do that. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it contradicts what I say. You do that. And again, that shows a level of evolution and a level of adaptability and smartness is very scary, and that doesn't necessarily exactly follow rules. So everything with a grain of salt. And then obviously, if you fail this, or if you fail everything and you are panicking and everything is going bad, there is a, in case of emergency, only open this when you feel like there is no other choice. Each time you mess up one of these rights, things will get significantly harder, and that becomes incredibly evident when we start screwing up every single one of these. And this is why it does seem that Grace has basically tricked, and okay, I don't think Grace has necessarily tricked Macy, because Grace did give Macy all the information. She really did. She told her what she had to do. She obviously lied about like it being really, really serious and blah, 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 but she told her the things that she had to do, and she gave her the VHS tape, and Macy accepted the money and watched the tape. So Grace like tricked her in that she didn't warn her that there was a malevolent demon living in the house, but like she did tell her what she was in for. So David says, as soon as you set foot on this property with intention to be its caretaker, you can't just quit. You must stick with it until somebody else willingly takes up the baton, so to speak. So that is very interesting wording, because it says, as soon as you set foot on the property with intention to be the caretaker. I'm curious if that's why Grace had a good feeling about Macy, is that maybe the person before Macy was kind of wishy-washy, didn't know about it, didn't have full intentions. Macy pretty much came here to take whatever was in front of her. Like, whatever the job was, she was going to take it pretty much, because she wasn't really qualified as a person caretaker. She was just kind of lying and hoping for the best. So Macy had intentions when she stepped on this property. So I don't even know if it fully matters that she took money and that she watched the VHS tape. She may have been stuck already at that point and was considered the caretaker at that point. I also found this really interesting, and I think this part is more of an important note towards We Used to Live Here, in the situation going on and We Used to Live Here, than I think it necessarily is for the caretaker. But it says you can still leave during the day, but no longer than 8 hours at a time, and ensure you always get home before the sun sets. So we will talk about that again in We Used to Live Here, spoilers. And then we are told the consequences, and it seems just like too big of a thing. It just seems too big of a thing. Right now, the entity's power is confined to this property, but if you fail to maintain the rights with a reasonable level of consistency, a blood red sun will rise. And then David goes off screen. We hear 3 knocks, and assuming that he has to deal with some visitors, and then the screen turns blue. Again, stressful, very stressful, like so stressful. And those are the rules that set up the entire book. Starting with chapter 10, we are still in part 1 at this point. We are almost to part 2, but we are still in part 1. Gemma, our resident final girl, is already out. She watches this video and she said, this is a joke. So Gemma already is surviving. We're already surviving if we're Gemma, but unfortunately we are following Macy, and Macy is definitely more motivated by the money and the fact that they will literally be kicked out of their apartment if she does not find money from somewhere or a job. So Macy lets her know that she already did spend a lot of the money on bills and knows that she needs the job because of all the rest of the bills that she has to pay. Gemma also points out that it's going to be Dad's birthday this weekend, which does feel very important based on a lot of things that we learn as the weekend goes forward. Like, I definitely forgot about this part until I just reread this little section, and I feel like this is a lot more important than I originally gave it credence to. We also learned that there's an insurance plan that was on the dad, and they're still waiting for the insurance payout, and it's been about 2 years, and the agent on the file or their lawyer or someone is named Greg. I'm not gonna add him to characters, it's not actually important, but if I see Greg, the name Greg again, I need to remember who Greg is, because this is definitely someone who would like, whoop, go right out of my head if someone says Greg. Moving on to chapter 11, we have another moment with a spider. Again, this is something that is a theme throughout the book, and I'm not 100% sure if the spider is a malevolent thing, but again, we'll get to that towards the end of the book when spider stuff starts coming up more and more. Also, Macy goes outside and smokes some vanilla flavored cigarettes, and she said that they were her dad's favorite as well. And it's just something that she does when she's stressed, which makes her more stressed, it seems, to be honest. So that is the end of part 1. Part 2, we start here, and it is called Gainful Employment. We do open up with a non-chapter called Contact, and it does point to the fact that Macy does have some form of OCD, and this is something that is confirmed by Marcus Cleaver himself. He did say that he wrote OCD into the character because it's something that he has dealt with himself, and I can see that because it is definitely written by someone who has experienced OCD, because this is incredibly well done. That is the one thing I will say, the mental health rep in this book showing someone actually actively struggling, because I feel like in a lot of books we see, at least in fantasy books, you don't see a lot in fantasy books, but in a lot of horror books, you do a lot of times see people who are on the mend or trying to fix themselves. You don't generally see people that often who are in the deep throes of depression and OCD and trying to figure out how to deal with it, or just not knowing that they're dealing with it. And so I really appreciate how well Marcus Cleaver actually represented depression and OCD in this book. It's a very heavy topic, but it is very, very important to this book. Now, obviously this wouldn't be much of a book if Macy didn't actually take the job. So here we are in section 2, chapter 2.1, No Return, and basically Macy has decided to take the job. So we are dropped off at the Carneswell residence, and she is about to cross the property line. So this is a very interesting part, because again, I talked about when does Macy actually become the ward of the house? Because like David said, once you have a willingness, once you step on the property with a willingness to take the job, you can't just walk away from it. So her willingness, was she already stuck before she took the money when she stepped onto the property in the first place? Or is this that moment? Because Macy does go to walk on the property and she suddenly stops. This could actually be the house stopping her and forcing her to make a fully intentioned choice, because maybe it does need that choice. Maybe it needs someone to literally sit there and be like, no, I am taking this job, for the role of ward to go into full effect. But basically, is this the moment of initiation? It does seem like the house and the entity is making her fully choose to step onto the property. So it does seem more likely that this is the moment, that there is no, I mean, it says no return. It literally says no return. So this does seem like it is the moment, but I do think it would be unfair not to mention her stepping on the property earlier, and potentially that is a little bit of a moment that she could be locked in already. But this does seem like a full moment. We also were pointed out these thin white ropes that are demarcating the property line. We don't know exactly if they are the property line, but that seems to be what they are. Macy we kind of figured that out. And then we meet Grace again. She's outside and she walks towards us. She actually trips and almost falls, which I don't think there's anything in that. Like, I was trying to think if there's anything in that moment. I was trying to make it something, but I couldn't. I couldn't turn it into something. Grace comes up, is about to hug her, but Macy kind of freaks out. Very understandable. I am not a hugger either, so I totally get it. And she takes off her glove and shakes Macy's hand, and her hand is cold. And I do think this is important. I do think there's a relevance to this. Very last thing though, before we talk about that, there are security cameras on the property that Macy does see throughout her stay. So I do think that Grace has been tampered with or touched by the entity, and there is something that Marcus Cleaver said in one of his AMAs. Someone asked about, I think someone literally asked him, is Grace unaware or hasn't been affected by anything that's happened? And Marcus Cleaver answered something along the lines of, it's unlikely that she was totally unaffected. And I think this is where this comes into play. We have her hand was cold, and we already know, having read the whole book, that cold is a major factor in this book. And it seems like things that the entity has interacted with, or things directly related to the entity, do have a coldness factor around them. So I do think that something is affecting Grace. And I don't know if the coldness is like, because again, we didn't know David's. We didn't know if David's hands were cold either, but it is possible. And Grace had gloves on top of that. I feel like that was very intentional. Like, she was outside, her hands could have been cold, but she had nice gloves on. So most likely her hands were supposed to be warm, but they were cold. So unless, you know, she's got some sort of circulation problem, which is possible. Like, again, this could be a red herring, but I feel like I've rarely found real red herrings in these books so far. So this does feel like an intentional choice. So I think there's a couple of different options about the coldness. So like I said, the VHS tape was cold, and that is a direct thing that is pretty much attached to the house, because David even says don't watch with multiple people, because the more people who know the rights, the more difficult it's going to be. So something, it has knowledge of you knowing if you watch this tape. So the tape is somewhat seemingly infected. Then the idea becomes, okay, if things that are cold are directly related to this property or the entity, then Grace has some sort of potential attachment to the house based on her hands being cold. And it's possible that she is slowly becoming the ward. Like, I am curious if she recently had a visual hallucination, and this is kind of what prompted her to put out the Craigslist ad. Because over 3 months, it is possible that the house was slowly turning her into a ward, and that she would eventually have had to, like, accept the job. So the cold hands could be the influence of that entity on her, forcing her to become ward, and that is why she has sought somebody else to take over before it fully takes her over. Other option is just being in the vicinity of the entity could just have an effect on people. She could just have cold hands because she has interacted with objects that the entity has interacted with. So that is also possible. Now, her behavior obviously is a little bit weird, and especially when she backs out in the next chapter, she backs out of the driveway really, really fast, and it's like, yeah. Yeah, it feels suspicious. The cold hands with her attitude, with the strange things going on, it is suspicious, and it does make me question, again, how much does Grace know? I'm starting to wonder how many outfit changes we're gonna get in this video. But anyway, moving into chapter 2.2, faulty wiring. So Macy immediately starts the chapter off by talking about how Grace is surprisingly limber for someone her age, which already just has the warning bells going off on my head. Like, Grace, there's a lot of questions around Grace. I feel like everyone's like, ooh, let's talk about the rights. Let's talk about the Windfall Inlet. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about, and I'm like, Grace, I need to talk about Grace because I have so many things surrounding Grace. And like, this just adds a little bit to it. I haven't even gotten to my biggest theory about Grace yet. I think it's wildly inaccurate. We haven't even gotten there yet. But anyway, then Grace says jokingly that she's surprised that Macy didn't run away, didn't take $3,000 and leave, and then jokingly says that she'd send the cat really to find Macy if she took the money and ran. And I was like, I don't think she's joking. I honestly don't think that Grace was joking. And again, that could lead into the idea of Macy accepting the money actually was the moment she truly accepted Caretaker and couldn't easily give up, or it really was just a joke by Grace who was like, oh, yeah, no, I just something about Grace is off, okay? And that little joke, I'm just like, what do you mean by cavalry? Like, what kind of cavalry? Are we talking about visitors? Are we talking about other, like, demon things? Like, what cavalry are we talking about? But then we basically go on a tour of the house. Grace shows Macy around the house, and I found it interesting that we, once again, our eye is drawn to the Windfall Inlet. And I didn't realize before that the rotary phone and the Windfall Inlet photo are, like, right next to each other, which I do think is important. And then we were also told that, this part cracks me up, and also to me is a big hint for one of my main theories about Grace. But Grace tells that Macy you can have anything that's in the fridge, and she's also giving her like a food allowance while she's here. We also immediately start with the chapter heading here with faulty wiring because the light turns on its own, and that immediately sets Macy on edge because she immediately thinks about David's rituals and the rules, and especially about the first one, which is turn the lights off. But you don't actually have to turn the lights off except between 3 and 4 a.m. But it still hits something in her brain where she's like, maybe we should turn that off. is David really, like, was he right? Was he right? But Grace is like, oh, it's nothing. Like, David's the problem. He didn't call an electrician. David's the problem here. There's nothing weird about it. But yeah, they do turn on and off all the time. Okay. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We have actually a faulty light in this house. It's actually really funny. You may have seen it during lives or during filming sometimes. The light in my bedroom, there is something wrong with the light overhead. Like, we tried switching out the switch, it didn't work. But there is semi-faulty wiring inside the light and it will turn off, but it turns immediately back on. Like, it flickers and turns back on. It doesn't turn off and then you have to jimmy the switch to get it to turn back off or on, whatever it did. That's not how that works. So maybe it is, but in my experience, and I have had 2 years of experience now with this stupid light, I would immediately be like, so it more feels like there's something just like holding the light on and you're kind of like messing with it, and it's just like, and it's kind of just like messing with you. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like something is there just like holding the light on while it's watching you do this. So no, that immediately gives me heebie-jeebies. And then Grace also says, oh, you packed so light, looking at her little Pikachu backpack. And Macy's like, I only packed clothes for the weekend. And she goes, oh, well, if you need anything, there's tons of stuff in here. And it's like, oh no. We go to how Grace has packed, and Grace has packed incredibly heavy. And she says, oh, it's just toys. It's just toys. Yeah, okay. We also go back to talking about the phone. So Macy asks Grace, like, does anyone call you? Like, have you noticed anything with phones? And Grace explains that, no, I've never received a phone call. David would get up thinking he heard ringing, answer the phone, talk on the phone. But Grace multiple times said that he actually answered the phone and like listened, and there was no one there on the other line. It was just David talking to himself, and that the phone wouldn't actually ring. So that is very interesting. And this does seem like a very specific thing to lie about. It seems too real, which is a hint towards Grace not actually being able to potentially hear what David is hearing because she is not a ward. So I do think this is pretty good evidence to point towards Grace not being a ward. Now, is she lying about like not believing in the stuff? Yeah, I still kind of think she's lying about not believing in it, but I do actually believe that she was not hearing things. So we continue on with our little tour and we get to all of like the different rooms and the storage closet, which we've talked about a storage closet before. I think it's very interesting that we talked about a storage closet in Macy and Gemma's house. And now we are specifically talking about the storage closet in the Carnesville residence. It just seems too specific of a room to mention twice. So Grace does give the storage closet a little bit of like a side eye look. And so you're already just like, oh man, I don't want to deal with this. Then we also talk about the basement, which is wide open. And she says, the door does tend to open. The door opens. Don't worry about it. Like, there's a mold problem. I wouldn't go down there. Don't worry about the basement. Don't go downstairs. And if the owner of the house is telling me to not go in the basement, I don't think I'm going in the basement. I'm not taking the job to begin with, but I'm also not going in the basement. So obviously something is going to happen in the basement. We're also introduced to Brownie, who is the bane of my existence in parts of this book. Horror books and movies have tropes with a cat. I literally was just listening to a Dead Meat podcast and they were talking about one of the most overused tropes in horror movies. And one of them that they brought up was the cat jump scare. The cat jump scare. So you know for a fact, if there is a cat, there will be a cat jump scare at some point. The thing is, I do like it. I like it because it's like a cheap little scare, but it works. And I actually think that Marcus Cleaver did a really good job of how he used Brownie in this book. I think it wasn't overdone. I think Brownie was used in a very specific way, and I do think it was well done. But at the same time, the second I saw the cat, I was like, that damn cat's gonna get us in trouble. That damn cat's gonna get us in trouble. Any pets. Pets are such a massive liability in horror. So Brownie, yeah, we know that Brownie's gonna be a problem. Anyway, Grace looks like kind of with distaste towards Brownie. So it does seem that she's not a fan of cats. And I think it even says that Grace doesn't seem to be a fan of cats and that Brownie is actually David's cat. Also, while we're talking about Grace's packing, there is a photo that falls to the ground. And this is a very, very interesting photo. It's interesting. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but I have a couple of theories for this. And this is also going to lead to talking about a document at the very end. So this is important for a document later. The photo showed what I assumed to be a younger David. He looked to be in his early 30s, handsome in a small town sort of way. Sandy brown hair, dark brown eyes, clean shaven face. Sitting atop his broad shoulders was a young boy that looked just like him. And nestled up to David's side was a woman in her late 20s, bright blue eyes, jet black hair. I glanced at Grace's eyes, light brown. So this is not Grace. Now, there's a couple of things from this. So this little passage definitely is a section that sets off some alarm bells. In my head, I am very curious if this is David's first wife. It's really, I don't think it's ever really brought up, but this is potentially David's first wife. With the bright blue eyes, she could just have blue eyes. So again, like I've talked about, blue generally, according to my research, because obviously nothing that I say here is 100%. Nothing that I say is 100%. But blue generally means it's attached to Old House in some way. Now, blue here specifically is bright blue eyes. And when we talk about the visitors, they are called pale blue eyes. I think that is a big distinction. I think that choice of words is specific. So I do think there is a possibility that this black-haired woman with the bright blue eyes is just a normal woman. It doesn't have anything to do with eye color, with being blue, because obviously some people just have blue eyes. So I do think it's a little bit of like a red herring, but it's purposely worded in a way that you can kind of be like, okay, she's definitely not a visitor. She doesn't have the pale blue eyes. She has bright blue eyes. I am curious if she is David's first wife. It does seem like that potentially is Caleb's mother and that this was the original family unit. And so what does that mean for David and Grace's relationship? Options. And some of these are just fun. Some of these are fun. So it's fun to speculate on. I don't think some of these really work super well, but I am going to point out, what if this woman is not really Grace? What if she's not really Grace? My brain is latched onto that theory. It is latched onto the fact that this is not Grace. This is not Grace. There are pictures of this woman with David, but we never saw anyone call Grace except for Grace. So we are not 100%, we can't be sure. We can't be sure that this is Grace and not somebody who is filling in after some tragic thing happened to David with the visitors, and now this is someone who is trying to fill in the space of caretaker, but she's actually some other role within Old House or within this like cult that's going on in the background. So my brain can't help but latch onto that. Obviously, there are holes in that theory. She has pictures with David, but she doesn't look happy in them. She doesn't look happy in them. So I'm like, were they married? Were they married? Or is she just someone who was visiting and there's a picture of them? Did she put those pictures up to make it look like she was married to David and that it looks like she's Grace, but again, isn't actually Grace? And the fridge somewhat points to that because it does seem like potentially someone was not living here, and Grace's contempt for the cat could potentially not even be her cat. Like I said, the fridge being empty, it's like she hasn't been living there, which the fridge being empty could just mean that she's been prepping for this for a while and knew that someone would come along for this weekend, and that's why she threw out all her food. But I have to mention it. Do I think it holds a lot of water? No. No, I think you can poke holes into this theory that it's not Grace. However, I just can't help it. There's just something in me that is screaming that this is not Grace based on some of the weird ways that she acts, some of the weird things that she says. And there's just, in the photo is just so strange. So we are going to come back to this photo later because there is a document that potentially has to do with this black-haired woman, but not 100% sure. That's one of the newer documents that I'd looked at, so I did not get like a really good research into that one. So anyway, after that little conspiracy theory, let's move on to chapter 2.3, which is red flags. And obviously there's so many of them. There are so many red flags. I think it's interesting that immediately Grace tries to leave the house and a rabbit jumps in front of her way. It does seem like potentially the rabbits are trying to stop her from leaving, but who knows. Also, we find out that there are cameras inside the house. So we already knew that there were some outside, but there are cameras that are inside the house as well in all of the common areas. And then we have a light in the foyer immediately turns on. And I don't think you can see it very well. I got some neon expo markers, but you just can't see them that well. Turn off the lights. So this is where we start getting into the mental aspect of things. So we already talked about it, but Macy does have OCD or a version of it, something similar. And she starts repeating in her head, turn off the lights, turn off the lights, turn off the lights, turn off the lights, even though she supposedly doesn't need to turn them off until 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. So is this her OCD just panicking because she like read those rules and they're kind of freaking her out? Or is this the house and the rituals already messing with her like they were messing with David? Because David did seem to also think that way a little bit as well, but Macy's is obviously more extreme because of the OCD that she already has. So this is going to be a game that this book plays with us. Is this a normal OCD reaction for her, or is it being exacerbated by something else that's in the house? Then we go into the main bedroom because we hear some noise, and I told you already it's the damn cat, but is it just the cat? But Brownie is in there, and strange enough, the room is colder than the rest of the house, and the door was open. So it's like immediately something is wrong, which is not boding well for the weekend that it's already going downhill this quickly. However, probably one of the scariest like things in this book actually happens. Like, to me personally, this is a terrifying idea. I'm gonna read this exact section because this really scared me. And I feel like it's not obviously scary, but it's scary. Something else was wrong, something I couldn't place. As I scanned the room, it felt like I was looking at a Where's Waldo picture, knowing full well that damned fool in a striped shirt was hiding in my line of sight, but not for the life of me being able to scope him out. I find that terrifying. And I do think it immediately points to the fact that there probably is an entity just standing in the room watching her. And I do think that the lights flickering on and off is the entity basically going around, turning them on as it walks past them. It is just in there messing with her. And just like, I can't help but imagine this enormous, terrifying thing just standing in the corner. And she's like, yeah, I feel like my brain's playing Where's Waldo with me. And I'm just like, it's standing in the cold spot, girl. It's standing in the cold spot, and it's just watching you. I'm so sorry. Like, it's freaking me out. That line right there really got me, and I was reading this late at night when I read that one. And then we bring up Brownie again, because Brownie obviously is the thing that is making most of the noise, at least in the room. And she does have heterochromia, which is something we will again talk about when we get to We Used to Live Here, because that is a point in that book as well. So not only is a light popping on in this room, but we also have a sour rot smell, which is not the first time or the last time that scent will be brought up in the book. Macy decides to go for a walk, which gives us a nice little idea of what the surrounding area looks like actually during the day, which I really appreciate. I feel like we got not that much information from David's chapter at the very beginning when we were running through the woods at night. So we get a nice little view of what stuff looks like and what the surrounding area is like actually in the daytime. And we do come across a symbol on a boulder, which this is said symbol. This is the symbol on the boulder. It is small. I think she said it's the size of a coaster, but she says it feels ancient. There's something very old feeling about it, but she glosses over it and continues on, and she does run into a dead white rabbit, and she actually can't find anything obviously wrong with it other than that it's literally dead. It also is filled with maggots, which is super fun. Love that little part. But yeah, other than that, she can't find any injuries or anything, which is very strange. And again, it's a white rabbit in the middle of nowhere, something that generally shouldn't be in a forest. It's not normal. So she continues walking and ends up at this area by a cliff. And before she can kind of really look at anything nearby, she hears a noise and a person arrives, and it does look to be the passenger from the bus that kind of didn't make eye contact with her. The woman comes closer, and we learn that she has red hair. She's wearing a blue rain jacket, just like she was on the bus. And she tells us that her name is Lucy. And Macy kind of talks about her eyes. She says, oh, she has kind eyes. And then when she gets closer, she says, oh wait, they actually look a bit melancholy, which I do think is important. We're gonna talk about it later. Lucy's a rambler. And I have added Lucy to our character board with some question marks because I got some questions. Lucy and Grace, two very interesting characters. Lucy basically kind of lays everything on the line to Macy and starts talking about how you can see a sliver of the ocean if there's no fog in the area. If it's really clear, you can see all the way to this other isle. She kind of tells Macy a little bit about the area that they're at, which is called Windfall Bluff, or some people call it Weeping Hag's Cliff. And to be honest, there is a part of me, a large part of me, that does think Lucy is potentially the Weeping Hag. I don't have like a ton of evidence for that one. It's just more of a vibe, and the fact that I personally do not think Lucy is actually just a normal human. I do think there is something strange about her. I do think she is part of this old house universe. I just don't know what her role is, but it does seem like she is a player because she just kind of arrives and then ends up trauma dumping on Macy about all this random stuff. Lucy also says that she's worked for the Carnswells before and like knows them enough to like mention certain things about them. Does not mention Grace by name, which I thought was very interesting. So we don't get a confirmation from Lucy of what Grace actually looks like. So yet again, that is something about Grace. We don't know what she actually looks like. Lucy kind of talks about how stern and very strict that they were, especially Mr. Carnswell. And the more they kind of talk about the house, the more Lucy gets a little bit uncomfortable and then says, hey, I don't think we should talk about this stuff anymore. Like, I don't think we should talk about this stuff anymore. Mr. Carnswell's like really strict. I don't think he would want us to really be talking about this, which I found really interesting because I feel like if you're not superstitious, why not gossip about it? Why not talk about it? I feel like this is something you would talk about somebody who's worked on the property, but that does make me suspicious of Lucy. And again, is she really someone that worked for them? I'm very suspicious. And she also makes a comment because Macy asked her if she ever saw something and she said, oh, do you mean the rabbits? And I'm like, how does she know about the rabbits? Because the only way Macy knew about the rabbits was through the VHS. Grace didn't tell her about the rabbits. There's a couple options. Lucy is part of Old House and just knows about the rabbits and is kind of messing with Macy at this point. Another option is David told her about the rabbits because he did tell Grace about them, so Grace could do the rituals as well, so that Grace could follow the rites without watching the VHS tape. And it's possible that Lucy watched the VHS tape. I don't think she did though. I don't think Lucy, if Lucy is who she says she is, I don't think she watched the tape. I think it was just random house sittings and potentially they were trying her out as the new ward. It is definitely possible that they were preying on Lucy as potentially being the next ward, but because she left the lights on and failed, she was not picked to be the ward. And that's definitely possible because it could be that David and Grace were trying to find a replacement before David died. So in this case, because they're kind of out of time and Grace wants to move on, they just kind of pick Macy as one of the first people available. But before, they could have actually been interviewing many people before David even died. And Grace made that comment. She said she's had so many interviews. Lucy could have been one of those interviews. And these interviews could have been going on for much longer than we assumed. So then we kind of get to this big trauma dumping section where she starts talking about this friend Z, and it just goes on and on and on. It kind of just gives us a little better idea of who Lucy is and like this weird specific thing in her past, which does end up coming up later. And then Lucy tells Macy that she should head home before it gets dark. So there's just so many little tiny things that seem innocuous, but add them all together and something seems wrong with Lucy. So I'm kind of in like two camps. One camp is Lucy is one of their interviewees who failed and did not become the ward because she didn't do a good job. And then the other camp is that she is someone of Old House who is kind of messing with Macy or just kind of testing her immediately off the bat. So going back home, Macy actually notices that the dead rabbit is gone, which is kind of weird. She doesn't notice that it's been dragged off or anything. It's just not there anymore. And then we also finally get a phone call with Gemma, who's been really freaking out and really worried about where Macy's been. So we talked to Gemma on the phone for a little bit, kind of get more of that sisterly bond and like how strong their bond is. And then there's a very interesting thing here. It's the name of the chapter, but they're talking about this like building that's gonna go up and they say RIP shortcut. And it feels like a metaphor for what Macy's about to deal with because Macy's not, like it's been mentioned, you can't take shortcuts. You can't try and trick the system. You can't try and trick the rights. You have to do everything correctly. So it almost feels like Gemma is announcing RIP to the shortcut, RIP to Macy being able to try and do a shortcut with the rights. She's gonna have to do everything properly. So I thought that was kind of funny. I don't know if that was intentional, but it does feel like it's, yeah, you gotta do everything correctly, Macy. From this point on, pretty much everything just goes to shit at this point forward. Like, I feel like this is the start of the downfall. And of course, everything starts the downfall with the damn cat. I said the cat before, but the cat, I feel like, is the harbinger of doom in this situation. So basically, Macy does try to go to sleep, but she is not having much luck. So finally, at like 1 in the morning, she does kind of look up and the bedroom door is open, which she swears that she closed, and Brownie is actually just sitting in the doorway because why not? I also didn't notice this before, but it does seem like there are multiple rotary phones in the house. So there actually is one on the nightstand in her room, which I think is interesting. I feel like that's like a thing in like teen dramas where if you have multiple lines, they have a rotary phone in their room, but otherwise you wouldn't have one in your room. Not that I like think of, but who knows, maybe that is normal. But I feel like that's not the most normal thing. But I guess in a house where you have to answer the phone if you're called, maybe it is a super important thing. So that does feel like it points to potentially having house sitters before. Like maybe Lucy is right and she did stay there and she stayed in that guest room and she needed the phone nearby for the rituals. But again, could just be me overthinking with that. So she kind of gets spooked by the phone and kind of is just kind of looking around, not very happy with it, but she looks back at Brownie, and that was her first mistake. Just ignore animals when you're in a haunted house. Animals will always know where the haunted thing is, and I do feel like this book does a little bit of a play on that, and that does have to somewhat do, I think, with the heterochromia. So I said we were going to talk about it in We Used to Live Here, and we are going to talk about it more, but a little thing about it that I'll mention now is animals. I mean, you guys know animals, there's the joke that a dog will look up into a corner or a cat will look off in a distance, a dog will start growling at nothing, and you're like, what you looking at? Like, what you looking at? So the idea that these animals have one blue eye and one brown eye does point potentially in this world that if they have one of those blue eyes, potentially they can see things of Old House that people maybe who aren't of Old House can't see. So Macy at this point cannot see the entity that is in the house, but it does seem like Brownie can, and whether that's just an animal thing or it is attached to the heterochromia, I'm not 100% sure, but I have a feeling potentially it is attached to the heterochromia for this situation. But basically, Brownie looks towards the stairs and slowly starts to look up till eventually she's looking up at a thing, and I'd be done. I would walk home. It's 1 in the morning, I'd walk home. I wouldn't be able to handle that. And Brownie, to be honest, seems super unconcerned as well. So like, does Brownie feel unconcerned because just like, you know, it's a cat? Or are they unconcerned because they are kind of this world and they haven't had any issues with the entity and the entity kind of leaves it alone? I don't know. But I do think the entity and Brownie are aware of each other, and that feels very apt for a cat to be involved in this and not really care at all. And of course, Macy has final girl Gemma in her head who is literally telling her to get out. So I love that Macy even knows that Gemma would be screaming in this situation to get out of the house, and yet Macy continues to stay and pretty much gaslight herself into thinking that nothing is actually wrong. It's at this point that Macy decides she's definitely not getting back to sleep, so we're trying to figure out something to do at night to keep herself entertained. So she does end up going to the movie room, but there is only static for cable, but there are tons of VHS tapes. So she puts on Gremlins and of course falls asleep. So at this point, I thought she was not gonna wake up. I thought she had not set an alarm. Like, my expectations for Macy were in the gutter, to be honest. I really thought she would just fall asleep and then sleep through the whole thing. She doesn't, but I really thought she was going to. So basically our next chapter is like a weird memory dream hybrid hallucination situation. So again, I talked about it before. What is the house and what is her own anxiety? Like, what exactly is causing these specific dreams? Was she having these before? I don't think it was mentioned if she was having these before, but we do have red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. We do find out what these images do mean later. It's very dark, so I will give a trigger warning when we get closer to it. However, we have the red, blue, and darkness as part of a ongoing theme with all of her memories / dreams. And then there is water, that is a constant theme. And then Gemma saying, I know, over and over and over again. And again, we will get to that. It does have to do with a much later part in the book. So she does wake up. She actually did set an alarm for 2:50 a.m., which I am so proud of her for, but something in her brain is telling her to look out the window. I don't know if I would have looked out the window. I guess there's like a light, but I don't know if I would have looked out the window in the middle of the night in a strange house surrounded by the woods. I don't know if I'm that kind of person. I feel like I'm the kind of person to hide and hope the thing goes away, which is probably not the best way to deal with a lot of situations, but that is definitely how I feel like I would act in this situation. But she does look out the window and she sees a white pickup truck that is the same make, model, year, everything of her father's. And she knows that her father's truck is actually at the bottom of the Willamette River. So she says it's impossible for 2 reasons. First, this truck didn't have a garish Mullins Mowing logo plastered to its side, a logo that Dad himself had let 13-year-old me design. And second, Dad's truck was over 50 miles upstate, rusting away at the bottom of the Willamette River. So we can kind of guess at this point what happened to the dad. Obviously, we've read the whole book, we know what happened. At this point, we're kind of putting context clues together that the dad either purposefully ran off a bridge potentially, or there was some sort of nasty accident and he went into the water and did not come back out. And we do get a little bit of backstory on this. So she does talk about how 3 years ago in a few weeks, Dad's business fell apart, went out for a drive, and he did not come back. It is interesting here though. It is very interesting here. And this is why I think this house and a lot of old house, it's something that is also a big thing and we used to live here, but it seems that it feeds on grief, feeds on the worst aspects of a person's life and throws those things back in their face. And this is why I truly think that part of this house is almost precognizant, whatever this entity is, this potentially if it's an old god or something along the likes, or it's a piece of that world, that it has some sort of precognizantness to it, because she even says 1 hour went by, 2 hours, 5, and then 3 sharp knocks at our front door. That just seems too big of a coincidence. 3 sharp knocks at their front door to tell them that their father died, and 3 sharp knocks, which is a consistent thing in The Caretaker when the visitors come. It just seems too specific. And what does that have to do with David? I don't know. I don't know how David relates in the situation, but for Macy's own thing, 3 sharp knocks, it's just so specifically numbered and so specific to certain specific situations. So I do think that is incredibly suspicious, and it does make me think that the house somewhat knew of Macy's existence and knew that she'd end up being a caretaker. We do go through a pretty big section here of talking about Macy's struggle to come to terms with her father's death, and that does include learning about how Macy was fired from her job. And that's why I think she made the Starbucks, there was a Starbucks comment made earlier of why she couldn't work there, and she said it's kind of obvious why I can't work there, but it does seem like she got in a fight with somebody. The person deserved it, but obviously these big corporations don't allow you to speak to customers any way that you want, even if they're being jerks. And they only gave her like 2 days of bereavement for her father's death. So she was not ready to go back to work after her dad's death, but like, what other option did she have? Like, I feel like she had no other option, which really sucks when you look at the workplace and the state of everything in the United States and across the world. Like, your dad dies and you're given 2 days off. That's it. And you're expected to come to work and deal with incredibly rude customers. So after we kind of go on this little journey of learning a little bit more of Macy's backstory with her dad and her work and how she was struggling after getting fired, look back at the pickup truck and it has turned around and left at exactly 3 a.m., which is the witching hour. So I don't know what necessarily this truck means. It does just feel like another way that the entity is messing with her. Could it potentially be another person attached to Old House coming to check on her to make sure someone's there? I could see something like that, but it does seem like it potentially is just a hallucination or a figment that the house has created to immediately put her on edge before shit hits the fan. It does feel like a way to kind of unsettle her before she's supposed to do her job, which is such an awful move. Like, it's so rude. So finally, moving into the witching hour, we have our first real taste of chaos and what the weekend is supposed to be looking like. And honestly, she doesn't have that hard of a time yet. So she goes on what she calls light patrol, and she pretty much comes up with a little routine. So she says, start on the main floor hallway. Any lights on in here? No? Good, move on. Check the living room. Any lights on here? No, move on. Traipse upstairs, repeat. Repeat ad nauseum, then repeat again. It's one of those things that just gets super, super monotonous, which is what eventually can lead to a mistake if you are not super vigilant, especially if you're someone that doesn't necessarily believe in what they're doing. You might not be as on top of things as you normally would be if you really did think something terrible would happen. The end of the world was going to happen. So at this point, it's almost done. It's almost 4 a.m. She's exhausted and she finally does see a light. And of course, it's the storage room door. Again, we are coming back to the storage room door. What is the significance of the storage room? Because even Grace eyed it suspiciously. So it does seem like this potentially is an epicenter of activity, and that this room specifically has a little more meaning than other rooms. So she opens up the door, and instead of immediately turning the light off, which I know has bothered a lot of people were like, why didn't you just close the light? But it's because she got distracted. I mean, she's not thinking super clearly. She is sleep deprived, but more importantly, she sees a glossy garbage bag that is like folded in the center of the room. And again, that will come up later, but the garbage bag is an important item in this book. And there are a little bit of discrepancies. I do need to go pick through it a little bit more carefully, but if I'm thinking correctly, there's a reason that this item is in the storage room, and it is a distraction technique. I do believe the entity in the house are distracting her and making her not think about the light, so she feels this right. She also sees a metal cage that has some hay and material in it, but we'll get to that one later. And then suddenly she remembers, oh, I have to turn the light off, and it's 4:01 a.m. So we're gonna backtrack and look to see how long was the light on for. I got so fed up, I went and took a shower. And I want to explain why. Because I kind of talked about it a little bit, but I do generally try to do this first section of the video where I go through the plot, etc., and my thoughts. I try to not use other people's theories, so I don't really go over Reddit too much. I pretty much focus on anything that Marcus Cleaver has done with AMAs and mods on the Reddit page, and otherwise it is wholly my own thoughts. So what happens when I do these videos, and it happened when we used to live here a lot, is I read the book, I make a lot of notes, a lot of plans, a lot of notes, but when I'm actually writing stuff on the board, stuff starts to click more and I start thinking of new things, seeing other things, etc. And that just happened. And I'm sure this is everywhere on Reddit. Like, I am positive if I open Reddit and I look for this symbol, this will be everywhere. I just didn't put it together because I hadn't drawn it and like really looked at it. And it's this thing. I'll put a picture overlay on top for you guys when I explain it. I finished writing through the other sections that fit on the whiteboard, and then I threw this down and went and showered because I can't believe I didn't catch it the first time, and I feel like most people probably did catch it, so I'm gonna look like an idiot. But you know what? That's how sometimes these things work, okay? So anyway, chapter 211, Macy rewinds the tapes back to actually see when she left the light on, and this does seem like potentially that's why we have cameras in the house, for this purpose and potentially for other purposes, but it does look like the light in the storage room turned on at 3:56:35 a.m. immediately after Macy passes, and it's just enough time that her round is most likely going to take her out of the 3 minutes that she has to turn the lights off. We go through the tapes, we look what she's doing. She's frustrated with herself watching back. I couldn't imagine that. I can just imagine myself watching myself do something wrong and being like, oh my gosh, and it's like something so trivial because all she had to do was walk in and turn the light off. That's all she had to do, but she got so distracted by the things around her that she ended up being 7 seconds over the 3-minute timer, which is already failing one of the rights. And we were already told that if you fail one of the rights, it kind of triggers the next ones and it makes everything a little bit more difficult. So we failed on night 1. Chapter 12, underperformance. So Macy's pretty fed up. Macy's pretty fed up at this morning. She's frustrated and she is already having an inner monologue about how worthless she is, which is really tough to listen to because I feel like we've all gone through those moments where we are feeling down and we just feel like we can't do anything right. And Macy, I feel like, is such a good representation of the way that just humans feel in general in situations. So this was tough. This was really tough to see her fail something that should be easy. It wasn't. She doesn't give herself enough credit. It was not easy, but it feels like something easy. All you have to do is turn the lights off. But something is actively working against her, and she just, because she doesn't see it that way, all she sees is that she failed turning a light off, when in reality, that entity it waited. It waited to turn that light on. So she goes to find the envelopes in case of lights, and she also finds a chrome-plated switchblade that is cold to the touch, and it has CC written on the blade, which does seem it potentially does stand for Caleb Carnswell, because Caleb is the son of David. So that is suspicious that it potentially did belong to him at some point. Now, why is it with the envelopes? Was it put there on purpose by David? Was it just like a coincidence? Who knows? But it does seem suspicious that that is specifically there. So she grabs the in case of lights folder, and when she opens it, all it says in blue ink is foyer. So she walks over to the foyer, doesn't really notice anything, so she puts it down. And then she does notice that a motion light turns on outside, and she sees a rabbit hop out of the bushes and then kind of feel like it sees something, and then it hops away and the motion light turns off. In chapter 13, we end up going through a lock the doors montage. Here again, we're having a lot of representation of those OCD thoughts. And again, is it mainly her just OCD coming out in force because of the stressful situation? Because it's a very common thing for a lot of mental health issues do get significantly worse under stress, and she is clearly under massive amounts of stress right now. So she starts going through and locking the doors and relocking them and rechecking them and obsessing over them. And while she's doing this, she actually sees the letter again, and new words have appeared, which I feel like is the first time Macy sees something that is truly unexplainable. Everything else is like, okay, the lights are flickering, it could be faulty wiring, there's just weird stuff happening, but it could be all these other things. But this is the first thing that truly does not make any sense and that she cannot rationalize. So the letter says, if you're reading this, it means you have failed the first rite. Because of your failure, you will face a moderate setback in your personal life at some point in the next 24 hours. Can't say what exactly, it's different for every person, but it certainly won't be pleasant. From here on out, be on guard, as the rabbits are much more likely to appear. And I feel like that was pretty evident with immediately seeing the rabbit outside of the house. The phone is more likely to ring as well, so keep an ear out. Aside from the above, there will be no further instructions unless given to you through a different letter or a phone call. Then there is the symbol, which we're going to talk about in a second. And then it says, may the last enduring God guide us gently back to sleep. I don't have a lot of stuff about the gods. This is something that I will probably research on Reddit and get more ideas through that way. So if I get more ideas about the gods and what that exactly means, or I start making connections, that will probably be in a Reddit section at the end, because at the end I'm going to have the We Used to Live Here section, and I'm going to have a Reddit section. And so the symbol I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it up here. I didn't realize it before, but I knew it, and that's the sad thing, because I counted on these. This is 431 421, and I didn't for some reason put that connection with this symbol. And yeah, it's 5367, and obviously if you rearrange them 5637, it's 5637 Brookview Heights, which is the address they're at. So, question is, at that point, this is some sort of cult, obviously, but is it like a cult in the way of, like, you know, we think of cults? Or is it like a cult in the sense of they're actually legitimately trying to save the world and we should probably listen to them? Like, what version of a cult is this? So the question is the cult seeking out locations that have that address? Like, was this place already addressed as 5637 Brooksview Heights? It seems likely that it is, because it is like on Google Maps as that. So it seems like it's its legitimate address. So it is curious if this is some sort of number that they've seen as an omen, and potentially there are other locations, potentially other entities living at locations with that number on an address. So that is a possibility. Is it also possible that once the entity moved in, they changed the number of the address? Maybe. I don't buy that as much. I feel like the number probably is cult related, and that number is like a susceptible number potentially. I'm not sure. This will probably be more Reddit theories. I'm just really mad I didn't see it to begin with, and I was writing it and I was like, huh, those look like tally marks, and I looked at the numbers on the other one, and the other one I didn't see anything, so like, I wonder what the numbers are in here. And then I filled it out and I was like, oh, you idiot. Why? So anyway, the numbers on this symbol that were left in the letter, potentially by a cult member, because we don't know who left the letter. Did David write this, or did somebody else write this? Because it doesn't seem necessarily like it actually is David writing these, because most likely David had to open these himself. Potentially, maybe. We're not sure still. Again, David is a very big missing key in this book, because we don't know if David suddenly got the visions and then he wrote these letters and he made these tapes and he did all of these things. So it's possible that all of this was orchestrated by David. It is also possible that these letters just came into existence by somebody else, or he was delivered these letters or something. So we don't know. Could be David, could be someone else, could be David getting instructions by somebody on the phone to write these letters as well and write the symbol. Because David, I will say, did not strike me as someone who was part of a cult. It just seemed like he was the ward of this house who was being given instructions by the people potentially of this cult. So moving on to chapter 15, there's not like too much in this one. She kind of just has a conversation with her fake persona of Gemma in her head that is telling her, get out of this house, get out immediately. And then she's pretty much gaslighting herself still about what is going on, which, to be honest, I feel like the average person would. I feel like this is the point where some people probably are getting frustrated with Macy and they're like, just get out of the house, just leave the house. And it's like, would you really believe that something was haunting you? Like, in real life, like, let's pretend like we are Macy in this existing life. We don't know anything about Old House. We don't know anything about rights. We don't know that beginning chapter with David. Would you really think that something was haunting you? I think I would just get out because I'm a scaredy cat. I don't know if I would necessarily think something was happening, but I would be thinking, okay, I don't want to be murdered by a real person. That's what I would think. I would think someone's like messing with me, like a real person, not an entity or anything. So I still give Macy, and generally horror people in general, a lot of grace because they're acting, I feel like, how real people would act. She also does try to leave. She looks up Uber, she looks at the coastal connector, and then again, she's gaslighting herself, and then she stays, and then we again go through a bit of an OCD checking lock situation again, where she says, maybe I should check those locks just one more time. Yeah, just one more time. Yeah, just one more check for safety. Then I would go to sleep. So it's just, oh God, I can't imagine it, because I feel like I don't suffer from OCD. I do have some friends that do have a lot of problems with OCD, and I know how much it affects their lives. I feel like as someone not having OCD, I would also be doing this. So I couldn't imagine also having a compulsion on top of that. Like, that would be an absolute nightmare of a situation. That would actually be horrible. So chapter 16, again, didn't have a lot to put into here. The chapter is bad thoughts. And it's kind of her just talking about how you have bad thoughts before going to sleep. She talks about her dad again. Dad died 3 years ago, and he died 1,127 times since. That's a really hard line. Like, that's so sad. And I don't think that necessarily just relates to someone who has lost somebody. I think that line can equate to anybody who has any sort of trauma, whether it be chronic pain. Like, I remember the exact day, almost to the time when my newest health problem started almost a year ago. And it feels like it has happened every single day since it happened. Like, I have dreams about it. So that's a really hard line because it speaks to so many different people, like where you just relive things over and over and over again, wishing that something could be different, but you're stuck in almost this loop. And that's what it feels like for Macy. She's stuck in this loop. Moving on, Macy finally gets to sleep, but unfortunately, she has another one of her hallucinations, memory, dream things, but this time she actually is talking to her dad, and we get the spiders again. The spiders are just like such a theme in this book, and I do have thoughts about the spiders. Again, I do think there's a parallel universe situation thing with them, but more what I think is, so the dad was catching spiders and releasing them and named one Rosie, and that's why Macy named the one at the beginning of the book Rosie. And the dad starts by saying spiders are the, and then he's kind of cut off. And I kind of finished that thought for him because this is my thought. That's not actually obviously what Marcus Cleaver potentially meant with this, but for me, I said they're thought of pests, but are caretakers of their webs, and they rid the house of pests. Spiders are the caretaker of your home. I remember we left, and when we lived in our old house, we had this one closet in the front of the house, and there was this one spider that lived in it, and we just kind of left it alone. The number of other, like, more scary spiders, and the number of little gnats, and the number of, like, things that spider killed, just because we left it alone and let it do what it wanted to do, it took care of that space. Like, it took, obviously it was messy, but it took care of that space. So it does feel like the spiders in this book are an analogy to Macy and to the caretakers taking care of their home. And I find that very, very interesting. And I really wish I liked spiders, but I really am terrified of them. So not my favorite thing to be starting to feel bad for spiders and starting to think of them as these little caretakers of a house. But you know, there it is. I feel like that is what I keep thinking of in this book of the spiders, because they're just a very deeply misunderstood creature. And I feel like that's Macy. Macy is a deeply misunderstood person. And so are a lot of people who are struggling with depression and OCD. And so yeah, we go through a tough time. The dad is dealing with a spider, and then it goes into her nightmare. And this is our first hint at potentially seeing a version of an entity. I'm not exactly sure what this one is, but it says it's a looming figure stands in the center of our front yard, pale and thin, skeletal features horribly defined in the motion light's raw glare. It's an old woman. No, not old, ancient. So gaunt, her pale skin looks vacuum sealed against her bones. She's standing with her back turned, arms dangling at her sides, completely naked save for, wrapped around her head, a plastic bag, glossy and black. Bright red electrical tape holding it in place around a withered neck. And this is very important for later on, and obviously is, I think, again, a tactic of the entity to try and destroy Macy to make sure that the entity is released into the world. So to take it a step farther, it also puts her in the Hawthorne Hotel. We will get to that when we get to that. Again, that is a very, very serious topic, so I just kind of want to leave it in that one space to talk about it, because I know it is going to be a trigger for a lot of people. But the Hawthorne Hotel is obviously incredibly important. We've already mentioned it once briefly, but it is a very pivotal moment for this book. And then at the very end of this chapter, it says, an empty voice breathes into my ear so close a frigid exhale brushes against my hair so close I can smell the rot from within its bowels. And we've already had a section where we could smell the rot. Like spoiled milk and open sewage. Macy Mullins, the voice whispers, I know you. Ooh, it's so hard. It's so hard because I do think this is Macy having contact with the entity. I know she's asleep, but oftentimes entities and stuff like that, like in other books, they can harass dreams. They know your thoughts. And I do think that is the case here, that it is messing with her mind as she's sleeping and showing her things that she does not want to see. Moving into chapter 18, we have a moderate setback. So this is when Macy really starts to believe things. I feel like this is the first moment where it's really like, oh, okay, it's getting bad. It's getting really bad. Maybe I can't gaslight myself anymore. She ends up opening her phone and she has a strange notification on her phone that is saying Dad's birthday tomorrow. And she thinks that she deleted it last year. So why is it popping up on her phone now? So this is an interesting moment because it's like, is she seeing that notification? Or is it a situation of, like Grace said, David wasn't actually receiving phone calls? So is this notification a real thing? Or is it something the entity is conjuring up in her mind for her to see? So she gets a phone call when she wakes up. It's like 5:30, I think, something like that. She slept for 13 hours, I believe. Yeah, it says 5:56. She slept for 13 hours. So it's 4 minutes off of being 6 p.m., which is when visitors can show up. So she gets a call from Greg, who we talked about earlier. So that's why I mentioned him earlier. But Greg says that the insurance company is most likely going to deny their claim. And this is a moderate to a severe setback. I would say it is along the lines of moderate because it didn't seem like they were going to get the money no matter what. So they weren't really counting on it at this point. So it is a moderate setback though, because the insurance company is going to deny it. And they say that they think that the dad's death was him unaliving himself. And I do have to be careful about talking about these subjects because YouTube does not like to talk about things like this, unfortunately. So I have to use very careful speech when I talk about this subject. So because of that possibility of self-exiting, that would negate the insurance claim. And Macy wants to deny it, but it actually has crossed her mind before. The possibility of dad's death being, it always lurked in the back of my mind, but as with so many other things, I shoved it down and refused to acknowledge it. And Macy does that a lot. Macy shoves a lot down and doesn't acknowledge a lot of things, which I think has contributed to the emotional state that she is in and the vulnerability that the entity is picking on. And this is when we get one of our first looks at carbon copy Macy. I do believe she was brought up one more time, but Macy likes to talk about a different version of herself. That's how she dissociates. And this is, it's so sad because dissociation is a massive problem. It's a very serious medical condition. And so she says, this wasn't happening to me. It was happening to a carbon copy Macy. Sucks for her, but it's not my problem. I was only a spectator safely floating away. This was one thing that I did see on Reddit and I don't agree with it. I do think it would be a bit of a cop out if this was one of the things. And Marcus said he doesn't necessarily like easy answers like this. And there was a lot of speculation that Macy died at the Hawthorne Hotel. And I don't agree. I don't agree. That just feels too easy to explain everything. I do think it would explain a lot, but that would negate a lot of the horror in this. It would put it in a different like plane of existence that it's not happening in reality. And I just don't see it being that easy. I think by doing that, it explains everything that's happening, because anytime you put something after death, you can explain anything away, because anything can happen in the afterlife. So I do think it's much scarier. It makes more sense for the type of writer that Marcus Cleaver is, that she is not dead. And I do think that this is alluding to dissociative identity disorder, which is, like I said, very scary. It needs to be taken very, very seriously. And I actually do have a friend that suffers or has suffered in the past from this, and it's very frightening. It is a very frightening disease. And it is often triggered by incredible emotional duress and stress. And Macy's had enough of that to last an entire lifetime. So obviously, I don't know what is in Marcus Cleaver's mind. It could be that she is dead this whole time. But I, for the purposes of this video, am going to choose to believe that that is not the case. But we will explore it more in Reddit theories, just because it is a valid theory that definitely could be part of what is actually happening here. So then we get to the end of the phone call with Greg, and we leave off with, in fact, I lowered my phone about 5 seconds ago, not because of anything Greg had told me. No, I stopped listening because down at the end of the hallway, curled up at the top of the staircase, was a brown rabbit. And this is where I would start failing the rights immediately. New day, new outfit. Hopefully this is the final one. Hopefully we'll end this video off on Escape the Readathon. I felt it was kind of like appropriate, because even though you don't have to read horror during Escape the Readathon, I always think of horror as Escape the Readathon. So thought it would be cool, and I got the shirt, and they're super, super comfortable. So if you haven't joined Escape the Readathon yet, I would go join Escape the Readathon. And this is not an ad. I'm not even affiliated with Escape the Readathon. So we are moving on to chapter 19 in section 2. And I will say I was able to fit like a ton on the board, because a lot of this section is actually her just trying to follow the rights and trying to catch a rabbit and kind of spiraling. So there's not a lot of like nitty gritty details that we actually have to go over. So we're just going to go through this section a little bit quickly. So we just ended off with seeing the rabbit down the hallway, and she does notice that the rabbit's eyes are pale blue and that it is a brown rabbit and not a white rabbit, because we were warned that the white rabbits do seem to actually be worse. She ends up hanging up on Greg and remembers like, oh yeah, I gotta catch the rabbit within 10 minutes. And this is an interesting thing, because I don't think it directly says it's the second you see the rabbit, but I think that's what is kind of the belief. It's not like when the rabbit actually gets in the house. The timer starts when you see the rabbit, because that would actually be insane to because the rabbits can show up at any time. That's what's crazy. The lights are between 3 and 4, so obviously that makes sense. If you miss one, the counter starts when it goes on. But with the rabbits, it's any time during the day. And we will talk a little bit again about the rabbits in a minute when she fails, because there is a point made by David in the notes, and it causes speculation of, are the rabbits even real? Like, we know that Grace can see the rabbits, but are the rabbits actually like rabbits, or are they part of the entity's trick? And so they're not like actual real rabbits, if you understand what I'm trying to get at. Like, it's really complicated. They're rabbits, but they're not rabbits at the same time. So do they just appear? Because that's what I'm curious about. Even though he says locking the door helps, how are these little shits getting in the house? Like, honestly, it's not like it's a mouse. It's not like it's something small or a snake or something like that. It's a whole ass, big ass rabbit. Like, how is something like that getting into the house? That seems very odd. So there is a large part of me that does believe that they are materializing, which would explain the rabbit disappearing on the property line that just poof disappeared. It does seem like this potentially could be a materialize and dematerialize type of situation, so it knows when you'll be in the house, therefore it doesn't waste energy materializing a rabbit if you're not home. Does that make sense? I feel like that's kind of where my mindset is with this. So Macy remembers that she's got to catch him, so she decides to start trying to catch it, and she's not having a great time. So she clocks what time it is, and then as she's about to catch the rabbit, this irritated the hell out of me and is such a horror moment. And I actually am really curious This brings up a question. Okay, so she ends up getting a phone call. This is the first phone call that she gets. It's not like a real long conversation. We get that later. But this is the first very brief phone call that she does get. And someone on the line says, "Don't let it get away." The voice of a middle-aged woman, a voice I did not recognize. "Don't let it get away," she begged, as if her life literally depended on it. "Please don't let it get away. Don't let it." And then it cuts off and it goes dead. Now, having read the book, we are under the impression that the people who call are trying to help, specifically avoid an apocalypse, basically. So that's pretty much what I'm calling it. I know it's a red sun overworld or whatever, but it's the apocalypse. That's basically what it is. So I found it really interesting that she was 2 seconds away from catching this rabbit, who she has named Doc, by the way. I feel like this is more proof that the house specifically chose rabbits and not something else, because again, we'll talk about a document from Arizona that has a different type of animal in a similar situation. Because the rules aren't 100% set, even though we are under the impression that the people calling are helpful, is there a possibility that maybe there are people out there who are watching the situation who are rooting for red sun overworlds? Because I have to bring this up. I don't necessarily think this is actually the case, but I do have to bring up the fact that there are, I was gonna say good cults, but you have, if you call religion a cult, we're just gonna go for that sake. This isn't a commentary on religion or anything like that, but we're just gonna call it that, just based off on the bare bones beliefs of cults versus religions. We're just gonna call it for that for now. You have good cults versus bad cults. If there are good cults, religious cults who believe that they are trying to avoid bad things happening, it would stand to reason that in this world there would be bad cults that are actively trying to bring in the apocalypse, because that's how humans work. Humans are very dumb sometimes. So I am very curious. This was a moment that really stuck out to me. Is there an organization or a cult that is also working against her? So is everything that she's told to do on the phone accurate, or are there some distraction techniques that are happening? I don't know. This was just something that my brain just a little bit thought of this moment specifically, nothing really else in the book. This moment specifically was like, were they trying to sabotage her? It seemed kind of weird the moment that they called. So I don't know, because all the rest of the conversations that she has with the people on the phone, I think I've been calling them guardians, with the guardians on the phone, are much longer and more thought out, and there's a lot more information. And this one was just like a breathy person telling her to not let the rabbit get away as she was trying to catch the rabbit. So I am somewhat suspicious of this specific phone call. So as she's trying to catch the rabbit, she noticed that the basement door is open, and of course the rabbit is standing in the middle of the basement door, and then it ends up going down into the basement, even though Macy really doesn't want to go down into the basement. And there is a chilly draft that is coming up from the basement. So it does seem like the basement is probably an epicenter of activity based on that chilly feeling. And then she also noticed that the walls are an unblemished yellow. And again, we've talked about yellow being a significant part of the visitors in Old House in this story, etc. So it does stand to reason that there is definitely something wrong or something going on with the basement. So she ends up down in the basement, and the rabbit actually runs at her, but oh no, the 10 minutes are up. So we have failed now the second right after failing the first right. So it is not going well. One after the other, it is just not going well. The other thing that she notices is that there is a VCR down there, and it very much seems like it's reminiscent of the VCR from the tape that she watched in the cement room. Despite the shadows in the distance, I knew exactly what it was. A TV set from David's video sitting atop a VCR pushcart in the hallway's dead center. It looked bizarrely sinister, looming in the dark. Yes, it was only an inanimate object, completely motionless, but somehow it felt alive, as if it might sprout 8 segmented legs, sharp and wiry, then scuttle after me like a face hugger. It does seem, this is a kind of, again, leads a little bit more to the story about when we were talking about the VHS tape almost being alive. It does seem like the VCR and the VHS tape have some sort of direct connection to the entity and to the house. So Macy resignedly goes and checks out the In Case of Rabbits envelope, because she did fail and the rabbit is still running around the house after 10 minutes. And all it says is, fireplace. And this leads us into easily my least favorite part of the book, but I do think Marcus did it really, really well, because if we burned a rabbit in this story, we'd be struggling. We'd be struggling. But I think he knew we wouldn't be happy campers if we actually burned a rabbit. So, in case of rabbits, hopefully at this point you have not let the rabbit outside. If you have, then go outside, immediately catch it, bring it back in, and continue reading. So, luckily, we have not let it outside. You must burn the rabbit alive. Horrific, I know, but this creature isn't real. So that's what I was talking about. I think they're manifestations. I do, and I think they are made as real as possible, but we have basically learned that this house can cause hallucinations and kind of knows what you're thinking. So it would not be that hard to believe that the entity could project a rabbit. It is a construct of the evil that dwells on this property. Even so, I implore you to leave the house while it burns. The screams of a dying rabbit, real or not, can be quite disturbing. Human-like. Hate that. Hate that. Unfortunately, the consequences of refusing to enact this right are threefold. Number one, you will suffer a devastating setback in your personal life. Number two, the likelihood of a visitor knocking at the door will increase by a factor of 10. Remember, visitors will always have cold blue eyes and knock 3 times. Number three, going forward, you can no longer catch rabbits and let them outside. You must burn each and every one within 5 minutes of sighting. You have until the clock strikes its next hour to decide. And then it's the symbol again, and then we defend even those who cast filth upon your name. Okay, so this is where I got my first moment. This is where I kind of read that and I said, why does she have an hour to decide? That's odd. That's odd. Are you guys making the rules? Because, like, where are these rules coming from? Like, who's making these rules up? So David says you have the next hour to decide, but who came up with that? Like, who came up with you have an hour to decide these things before there's consequences? That seems like such an arbitrary number. Seems like such an arbitrary thing. Where are these rules coming from? Where are these rules coming from? Is the cult who supposedly is helping you making up these rules, right? Weird. So that's when I start going, okay, something seems a little bit extra wrong here. Something is a little bit fishy with this cult, which, I mean, it's a cult, so of course it is. So obviously Macy immediately says, there was no way in hell I'd be burning a rabbit alive. I mean, I feel like that's every single one of us. We're not doing it. Now, there are some survivors. I would honestly believe that Gemma would probably do it. I feel like Gemma is a survivor. Gemma would burn a rabbit alive, thinking it would save everybody, including her sister. I firmly am in that camp. And so she starts fighting with herself about doing it. She checks the clock. She has about an hour to do this. So she starts panicking. Again, she's fighting with herself. What should she do? Then she ends up shooing the rabbit outside that she named Doc. And it's making her panic, but at the same time, she's kind of over it at this point. She has decided she is also leaving the property. This was too much for her. This was her breaking point. So she goes to look for her bag. Can't find her bag. Where's my bag? I'd left it right beside the nightstand. I know I'd left it there. It's time to go. I was back stepping into the hallway, went down the stairs in the foyer below. 3 hollow knocks echoed at the front door. Doesn't get a chance to leave. Doesn't get a chance to leave pretty much immediately after letting the rabbit go. Those 3 potential consequences have already started. So immediately we have our first visitor. I'm really glad Macy's memory is as good as it is, because I don't know if I would have remembered to immediately hide, because I was like, oh yeah, what do you do when a visitor shows up? And she's like, hide, you hide immediately. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm so happy she remembered, because I feel like when you hear a knock, okay, actually, I probably would have hid, because when someone comes to my house and knocks on the door or rings the doorbell, I do hide. I do hide unless I know who's supposed to be here. And even then, I think about it. I really do think about it. So I probably would have hid just out of habit, but I don't know if that's immediately what my mind would have thought of that I was supposed to do necessarily. She ends up being able to pull her phone out and taps onto the Ring app, because like I said, we do have security cameras everywhere around the house, inside and outside. And it is a figure in a yellow rain poncho and blue jeans is on the front door outside. So it's starting, like, we're in it. We're in it. We're back to flashbacks of where David found these yellow ponchoed people, and it's just not good. And she actually notices that it's actually Lucy, but she can't see her eyes. So she's super smart and does not fall for it. So this is a point towards potentially Lucy being of Old House, and it was almost like a bait. Like, Old House had Lucy and Macy meet. So then it's plausible that Lucy would show up at the house in desperation because something happened nearby where she lives, etc. But it doesn't make sense because Lucy doesn't live here. That's what kills me every time is like, where did Lucy come from? Where, like, I get it's a hiking trail, but like, where did she come from? This is so out of the way in such a weird remote location. Where did she come from? So it does beg the question. Again, I'm still pretty torn whether she's just a normal girl and was interviewed for the job, or Lucy is potentially the weeping woman, or she is just another entity of Old House that is a trickster. Oh, we'll talk about this in Lee Silver. So anyway, this is why I'm curious, because the entity immediately latches onto the idea that Macy met someone. It is plausible for this person to be here. So I would be tempted to open the door. I would die so fast in a horror movie. This is something I've talked about before. I would die in a horror movie. I am too gullible. I am too frightened by things. I would not survive. So she does let fake Lucy just cry at the door and be upset, etc., and does leave her alone. And Lucy does walk off and leave, as David did say it can be like a half an hour before they leave. So she does end up doing that correctly, but she's still leaving. Like, once Lucy is gone, or fake Lucy is gone, we're getting in an Uber and we're leaving. And she still can't find her Pikachu backpack. As she's about to leave, the phone starts ringing. And that is like the most important thing David said, is answer the phone and do exactly what these people tell you to do. And yeah, she's not doing that. She hears the phone, but she's having those feelings. Every bone in my body screamed at me, begged me to go back up the stairs, unlock the door, and answer the phone. Follow the rights, Macy. Everything will be okay if you just follow the rights. And so she is freaking out and really, really, really doesn't want to answer the phone, but really, really feels like she has to at the same time. Then she ends up calling Grace, leaves a voicemail because Grace is not answering. And then she starts having these like visions of like what could be following her and what could be behind her. It's really nasty. And then she ends up getting picked up by the Uber, and it's the same dude. It's the same dude as before, which I thought was really funny. So chapter 24 in part 2, we don't get very far. She gets in the car and is like, yay, I'm leaving, and then gets immediately incredibly sick, which very much should remind us about how David got sick in the Costco because he was attached to the house and it was like he couldn't leave. So because she left at night, because you're supposed to stay in the house at night. So because she did leave with the intention of leaving and left the property, I do think that is probably what made her sick. And so she obviously tells the guy to turn around and I gotta go back. I do love this moment too. I love this chapter because I feel like it doesn't have like a lot in here other than her getting really, really sick and she's having horrible visions of things that are going to happen, just like David did. But I like this because at this point she's like, yeah, it's happening. It's happening. I'm here. Let's just deal with it. And that's pretty much what chapter 25 is she's like, it's time. It's time. So she has a call with Gemma and then she ends up stepping back on the property. Within its bowels, the phone cried out, each ring almost making me wince. I could feel the sound in my bones, feel it buzzing against my skull. I took another deep breath, let it out, then I stepped inside. And that starts part 3, occupational hazards. We do have a small chapter called Walk. Again, it's just kind of a memory between her and her father. And we kind of get a little bit of a thing about what happened after the dad actually died. And she did try to work for other people. She says a few times I'd even see dad in the corner of my eye, pruning a hedge or sipping coffee from her hefty thermos. But she couldn't keep that up. Like she couldn't keep up seeing him. So she did end up quitting lawn mowing and landscaping, unfortunately. I love this little section. These little italicized sections that aren't real chapters are quite devastating most of the time. It made me think about this thing I learned on Discovery Channel, phantom limb syndrome. It's where people who've lost a limb continue to feel its sensations, the bone, the skin, even the pain, but then they look down only to be reminded there's nothing there and the sensations vanish. I figure losing a person might be similar. The brain gets so used to someone being around, it tells you they're still here, even when they're gone and never coming back. Phantom person syndrome. Ooh, it's so sad. It's so sad. And I feel like that's so real. That is such a real feeling to have. People go through it every single day. And it's very important because here is where we learn that Macy pretty much has been bottling everything up. In the years since dad went, I never cried, not once, not even at the funeral, which we know is not healthy. And this whole fever dream of a situation almost seems like a manifestation of her grief that was refusing to be let out. And again, we will talk about that more in the Macy is dead theory because I do think that's where a lot of the idea comes from. And then here's another one. Here's another one. This is just turning into me reading quotes that I really like, but I think are also integral to the plot because a lot of this plot has to do with how Macy's feeling. If Dad was still around, he probably would have told me it was okay not to cry too. Told me it was okay to feel whatever I was feeling, even if that feeling was nothing at all. Told me it was okay to walk in the rain. That was another saying of his, walk in the rain. When it starts pouring out of nowhere and you're going to get soaked no matter what, don't scramble for cover, just walk. Focus on what you can control. Accept the fact that you're gonna get drenched. Feel whatever you're feeling. Focus on one breath at a time, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Oh, that's so tough. And anyone who's been to therapy, I feel like this is therapy advice. This is something my therapist told me as I was trying to bottle up a lot of my emotions and it was not helping the situation. And that's what she said. She was like, you need to breathe. You just need to breathe through the situation. Like when you're at your worst, just try and breathe. And that's tough. Like it's really, really tough to read. And this is why I said this book is very triggering if you have depression, but it's also very cathartic. There is something incredibly cathartic about this book. So moving into the actual chapters, we have chapter 1, further instructions, and this is the very first thing that we are starting with in section 3. And we finally have our first like actual phone call. I feel like the first phone call was more of like a glitch in the system. And this one is actually one where we're going to be told what to do and how to help the situation. So she answers the phone and she says, a wheeze of gasping air crackled out from the receiver, sharp and strained, like the first breath after decades of drowning. As our image burst into my head, a windowless room, a red phone on a concrete floor. A figure sat hunched in the corner, spinal knobs jutting against the tight skin of an emaciated back. Skin so pallid it was nearly translucent, skin that had never seen the sun. It does seem like Macy is having a vision here, and it could just be her imagining something, but it also could be that everyone is connected. And that is something that is brought up a lot in old house lore and stuff, is that everything is connected in some way or another. And it seems like Macy has been kind of absorbed into being connected to everything. Whoever this was, they've been suffocating for hours, decades, centuries, waiting for me, Macy Mullins, to answer that phone. Then someone finally says her name, and she says somehow he felt impossibly far from here, deep within the earth, or perhaps a different world entirely. And at this point, based on like Marcus's answers to things, it does seem like he is part of another world. And we talked about it when we used to live here too, but parallel universes, stuff like that. There is grid patterns or layers to Old House and Red Sun worlds and everything that is going on. It is so incomprehensible how large of a system this is. It is very cosmic horror. In a way, you're almost not supposed to actually grasp how large and full of layers this type of system is. And so she ends up getting instructions from him. You need to listen to me. You need to write this down. They go through what the color of the rabbit is. Brown. Is it still in the house? No. How did it escape? I let it out. Sorry, I let it out. Who knocked on the door? What did she say? And then you have to follow her footprints. And it's so like, how do they know? How do they know what you're supposed to do? Again, is it information that they're getting from the cult? Is it information that's just coming to them from this entity god thing that they believe in? Because it does seem like this is a person who is part of the cult. And he does say that you need to follow these instructions. At 12 a.m., follow the footprints. You have to calm them down. Do not let them leave the property in your presence. If they start weeping uncontrollably or worse, rambling cryptic nonsense, you run. Run back to the house before they can beat you there. Lock the doors. Even if they beat you to the house, do not leave. Go back inside. Lock the doors so more of them can't get in. Wait for someone else to call. He says, Macy, please. I live in a place where someone like you failed, and if the sun turns red, you... So this is interesting. This is interesting because it does seem like there are different jobs for different people, and it seems like people of other universes are the ones who are in charge of calling people of the other universes to give them instructions on what to do. So it is kind of in my mind that anybody that calls her is of a different place than where Macy is from. So this person is from a place that fell to the Red Sun, but the person calling her was not a caretaker. So I found that really, really interesting. So that's why I've kind of started calling them guardians, because they do seem to have a different set of rules and a different set of jobs to do than what Macy is doing. And then we get more sounds and everything from his side. He literally sounds like he is in hell. So Macy is waiting until 12 o'clock and she is, I mean, I'd be freaking out. I'd be freaking out, especially when you have to wait for something. Even me just waiting for an appointment I have later in the day has me stressed. Like waiting to go out into the middle of the night and follow some random creature thing that potentially can kill you apparently Not great. So she ends up grabbing the olive green rain poncho, which I thought was really interesting because that is David's coat and that is something that was brought up at the beginning. So she does grab the olive green rain poncho and she's thinking to herself, follow the right. So she does end up following the footprints out into the woods. A voice rings out saying, I know you. And this is, oh, it's so cryptic. It's so cryptic. And I do think, again, this is the entity using a situation that happens or has happened in the past to try and trick her. And then she also sees her backpack and it's definitely a trap. Like her backpack is definitely supposed to be trying to distract her just like the garbage bag did. So she ignores the backpack and continues going. And she ends up just saying her mantra over and over again. Just follow the rights, just follow the rights. Everything will be okay. Follow the rights. So Macy eventually comes across these small mounds of dirt that are spaced apart. And I'm really curious, like my initial reaction was these are where potentially the rabbits are buried that we burned in the house, that David burned in the house. But I'm also curious, like I know it says small mounds of dirt, but like how big are the actual mounds? And but could they be like really deep down? Because potentially one of the things that David said in the letters is by any means necessary. Any means necessary, stop them from crossing the border. And this is out here near close to the borderline. So I am curious how many visitors potentially David killed and has buried them. I am very curious if they are just like piled and thrown into the ground and that's why they don't look like actual full graves. But my initial thought was the rabbits, but now I'm like, are there visitors underground? Like, are there bodies under there of these visitors? I'm very curious. I again, we don't know because we don't have David to ask, but I am really interested if that's what stopped visitors by any means necessary, because that would be stopping them is killing them. So we finally come across fake Lucy and she is actually calling for Z. And this is important because this is the whole story that real Lucy told Macy earlier on in the book, which is again why it seems really suspicious. On one hand, it could just be the property and the entity knowing that this is what Macy knows about Lucy, so it's using this information to try and convince her that this is Lucy. Or is original Lucy part of the house and purposely told her that story to then be in this situation? So again, it kind of depends on who you think Lucy is, what version of events that you believe in, and I'm really not sure which version of Lucy that I think is real. Macy begins to go through the process of calming them, but it's very difficult. It is very difficult, and I do believe this is a unique experience for her because a voice ends up calling out to fake Lucy saying what direction they're in, and this is something that David did not warn Lucy about. He did not say that there could be multiple voices that would interfere with the calming process, and it does highly interfere with the calming process and actually creates a bit of a situation for Macy. And to be honest, Macy is not the greatest person in a situation like this. Again, this is a situation I would have much preferred Gemma to be in. I think Gemma would have been pretty good here, but you kind of need to be a good liar and a good therapist at the same time. And Macy is neither of those things. And she pretty much just panics in this situation. And then eventually it just keeps going further and further into chaos. And the fake Lucy does end up start crying. And instead of running, she kind of just lets herself get shoved over and sits there while Lucy is sobbing and crying, and she does not try to run back, which was like the biggest rule besides hide was get back to the house. Like get back to the house before the thing. Don't just sit there while it cries. You need to run away if it's crying or sobbing or doing something like that. But instead, she just kind of watches, and then it says, in an instant, as if an unseen, unheard director had just shouted, "Cut!" The storm ceased. Lucy stopped weeping, and her face snapped to complete and total neutrality. Then, with her voice barely above a whisper, "Macy Mullins," she said, "I know you." And again, this is the whole thing, that I know you. This house, this entity knows Macy and knows its deepest, darkest secrets, knows how to get under her skin. So that is, again, another hint that this entity really does know everything possible about Macy. So we're obviously not doing great. It's not going great. So Macy kind of remembers finally, get back to the effing house. Get back to the house before the thing gets to the house, because if it gets in the house, it gets significantly more complicated. Just start running towards the house. We actually see dozens of yellow poncho visitors also running next to her, which is something, again, that David saw as well. The front door that was closed is also wide open now, just ready for anyone to come inside. And she does end up grabbing fake Lucy and trying to wrestle her, but Lucy ends up getting the upper hand and knocks Macy out. Macy comes to. She's not exactly sure where she is, but she finally kind of drags her body up and ends up going going inside, but not before she sees dozens of the visitors just standing around the perimeter. And very obviously it's a signal of you cannot leave at this point. You have to deal what is in the house. It is curious that they didn't go inside. Like, is there a point during the ritual when we're inside when the visitors will try to come inside more? Because I kind of was just expecting all of them to go inside instead of just standing around the perimeter, but no. It's just fake Lucy that has gone in the house, and that is who we're gonna have to deal with. We go inside and we lock the doors, and we are looking for fake Lucy, but she's kind of nowhere to be seen, and it does seem like she's gone and hidden in the room. And then we do eventually hear the click of a door closing, and then we have a phone call with a new speaker, a new guardian. Again, I'm kind of just calling them guardians. That's not actually what they're referred to as, but that's how I keep the callers straight in my head. Basically guardians for the wards that are trying to protect things. So anyway, we have new rules from this caller, and it's actually a child, which again begs the question of who are these people really? Because this child is not acting like a child. This does not seem like it is actually a child on the phone. They know way too much. They are way too composed and eloquent in what they are saying to really actually potentially be a child. So I am curious again, who are these people? Like, what is their importance and what do they actually stand for, like, in this universe? So the child says it's important that you stay calm. Do not leave the house. Do not let your heart rate exceed 150 beats per minute. That is incredibly important, and we actually will get back to that in the We Used to Live Here section. That actually huge part for We Used to Live Here actually, and crazy love that update. The child asks where the visitor is, kind of just goes through a bunch of questions, wants to know exactly where they are, and once they find out they're in the study, the child does say, do not open the study door, do not wield a weapon, do not respond when they try to talk to you, and lock all of the doors. If this phone call ends, you have 3 minutes to turn on all of the lights. They need to stay on all night, including through the witching hour, which is a deviation of rules. Put picture frames back up that fall down. All picture frames that have fallen and all lights that have been turned off need to be turned on or put back up within a minute of falling. And that is extreme. I mean, we have gone extreme hard mode in this situation, because before it was like 3 minutes and we didn't even have to worry about the picture frames. It was just the lights over one singular hour. Now it's a minute for the rest of the night, and you have to do this until sunrise and you will avoid catastrophe. If you fail, things will get worse. Expect another call. So beats per minute. So Macy starts doing everything that the kid tells her to do, and she starts turning all the lights on, and then she realizes, yeah, I need to figure out what my BPM is. So she finds the FitLife bracelet. So this is not something I brought up earlier because I thought it would fit going here better than anywhere else. And this is a little bit of evidence towards Grace potentially knowing a lot more than she lets on. And it's because she saw Grace wearing a FitLife bracelet, and also David was wearing one in the VHS. Now, could David have just given her one and said, hey, wear it, like this is part of the thing? Yes, that is definitely possible. It could be a red herring on the part of Grace maybe knowing more, but it just is so suspicious. Now, a lot of people wear these FitLife things. A lot of people wear these Fitbits. A lot of people wear Fitbits, or at least I guess not anymore, but most people use their Apple Watch. But the fact of the matter is, she is wearing one of these in the book, and it is highly suspicious. So you can't count out anything relating to that. So is it possible that Grace knows everything and has lived through this BPM section? Yes, it is actually highly likely that she has at some point. Do I think it's potentially David having got it for her? Yes, but I don't know. Like this muddies the water. The FitLife definitely muddies the water. But anyway, Macy does find a FitLife and she puts it on, and we're kind of now tracking her BPM. And we go through a huge montage of turning lights on, putting picture frames back up, and it becomes kind of monotonous for her. But we do have the entity try to trick her a couple of times, because one of the big things is don't talk to it. And we do have a situation of fake Lucy does start to talk and also is using Gemma's voice at some point. Also, a big light that keeps turning off is the storage room light. Again, the storage room, it's just such an important aspect of things. Like the storage room and the basement are the two rooms that are like, yes, these two rooms are incredibly important to the story. We are so close to the finish line, but this is pretty much where everything goes absolutely batshit insane. So we enter this super monotonous loop, and it almost seems like the entity threw everything that it could, and because it didn't work, it kind of just gave up. Obviously, that's not actually what's happening, and Macy pretty quickly realizes it's actually trying to keep her in the hallway, and it's to make Macy listen to the fake version of Gemma behind the door, because we were obviously trying to distract her and keep her from checking all the lights and checking all of the frames. Even just one mistake sets you on the pathway to more issues happening. Then we get to the biggest trigger warning within the book. So I'm going to tread very lightly on this section of things. We're not going to go super in depth. If you do want to read it, like I said, it is chapter 8 within part 3. And I'll kind of give like the basics, but again, I do want to be treading a little bit more lightly in this section because it does relate to Macy's unaliving attempt, and that is a big trigger for a lot of people. Basically, fake Gemma is saying, I know you tried. This aspect of things is very possession-esque. If you've ever seen a possession horror movie or read a possession book, one of the big things that happens in possession stories is the entity, the demon, knows things about you and knows things from your past and tries to use them against the people in the room to try to derail the exorcism. And it feels very similarly where this entity is using things that it knows about Macy to derail her efforts to keep it contained. So obviously we start talking about the Hawthorne Hotel because that is where Macy attempted unaliving herself, and it is purposely bringing this stuff up to raise her BPM. And we kind of go through a lot of self-loathing in this section, which is it's hard. It is really hard to read, and I think it's also probably quite a bit jarring for somebody who maybe hasn't experienced these types of emotions or this level of depression and these feelings. I also think this is a great representation of depression and how your mind can turn against you, and I wish that things like this were talked about more openly, because before last year I had moments of sadness, stuff like that. I've never experienced anything like I did last year. It was the hardest year of my entire life, and I have a new appreciation for mental health. I always respected people with mental health issues, and I understood how difficult they were, but I did not understand it. And I don't know if it's possible to truly understand it until you've gone through it or at least seen a loved one go through it. And I still don't think it's the same thing. So this section feels as close as you can get, or this book in general in Macy's inner monologue feels as close as you really can get to experiencing depression without actually experiencing it. So I saw some complaints about people not liking that a lot of this book was Macy's inner monologue, and to be honest, those people are just wrong. Like, I don't say that very often, but those people are wrong, and I do honestly think they completely miss the point of this book. So I don't often say that because reading is subjective, but those people really pissed me off. Those people really pissed me off because the point is exploring her depression and trying to heal. Like, I really do think this is a book about healing, but you have to go through the worst of it to get to healing. So anyway, just my little 2 cents, just because this is the very hard section. So a lot of self-loathing in this section. The visitor kind of acts as her inner self fighting against her, and it's really hard. It's really hard to read. And you have moments like, you don't have to keep fighting Macy. You don't have to keep teetering. You can just let go, let yourself plummet. That's okay too. And I think anyone who has suffered from depression or extreme anxiety, they understand this. They understand this book a lot. I'm going to show this on screen. I'm not going to read it out loud, so if you don't want to relive this little section, I am not going to repeat it out loud. So I will show this little section. It is the highlighted section. I do put on the side, it does explain the plastic bag. This is pretty much where we understand why the plastic bag has been used to distract Macy throughout the house. It is very evident why that is such a distracting item, and it has worked very well, and it is something that is brought up many times. So we go through that little section, and then it ends up becoming her own voice, which you could argue that this entire time, even as Gemma, it is still using Macy's thoughts against herself. It is Macy just pretty much fighting Macy at this point. And of course, because this is going on, she gets incredibly stressed and she hits over 151 BPM. And when that happens, the door opens down the hallway. And that pushes us into part 4, duties and obligations, and this is the second to last part of the book. So because we have failed yet another rite, the phone does ring and we are given another set of instructions, and this person says, do not look at the visitor, do not let it touch you, ignore the heart rate and use any weapons, anything that you can defend yourself with. It can also hear your thoughts, so you should try to think of gentle thoughts. If you survive, you will avoid the devastating setback. I thought that was kind of a funny thing to say because, well, if she's dead, I feel like that's the devastating setback. So if she's dead, I don't think she'd care at that point. So hopefully we live and we avoid this devastating setback. We have to do all of this until the sun rises, which is like insane. It's insane. And then there is a little final bit. There's a little final bit, and we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but it says, do not expect such leniency going forward. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yet again, another example making it seem like this cult, these people are the ones pulling the string. Like, what is happening? Like, what is happening? Do they understand this is like, is this some sort of game to them? Obviously it's not. Like, one of the guys is in a red sun world, is in a world that has fallen, but why does it seem like they're the ones that are doling out the punishments? So what if, hear me out, they're not controlling the entity. The entity they have to do the rites to keep the entity contained. What if they are doling out punishments? So when she was given the moderate setback, what if that is this group? Because we are kind of assuming this group is serving some sort of old god. They said it in their letters and stuff like that. If the gods are real in this world, obviously strings can be pulled. So what if failing something, you have to suffer a punishment because you did something wrong, and they're the ones that are levying these punishments? Because the moderate setback, a devastating setback, that doesn't feel like the entity is doing that. It actually feels like the group is punishing you when you don't do what they want you to do exactly right. So it's almost like a learning curve. It's like a, hey, if you do everything right, you'll be rewarded, everything is good. But if you do something wrong, we have to show you that you did something wrong. So it's like, oh, so it does seem like there is an aspect of this cult that is actually doing the punishing as almost like a lesson to her, like, hey, we're not gonna be lenient next time, but like, this is your first time, it's okay this first time, but if you mess up again, we're gonna kill somebody that you love, okay? Like, that's where we're at. So it does feel like there is a very, like, it does feel like there's an aspect of the cult that's like sunny and bright and cheery, but then there's another aspect that's like, you mess up and we're gonna murder you. Like, that's terrifying. So I am suspicious how much power this group of people has, because to me, again, this seems like they have a lot of power. So then we enter our chase scene. Like, we are entering terrifying chase scene territory. I feel like I don't need to go through the entirety of the chase scene. It is just her trying to not look at the thing. It is horribly terrifying. It is this tall, crooked looking thing. And I feel like at this point, it's pretty obvious that this is the thing that Brownie saw and was looking up at, because she does say it's impossibly tall and really creepy. We also get a hint that the entity is cold. There's like a cold draft that comes off of it that hits Macy in the face. And gross. Gross. And again, I feel like that is our biggest hint. And later when she's fighting it, there's a cold situation that happens there too. But I feel like because the entity is specifically described as cold in multiple situations, you can connect that back to the other cold things that have happened throughout the book. So that is kind of where my theory comes from, that anything that is cold has been not potentially infected, but is relating back to this entity somehow, almost as if it's anchoring to them. And we get to the cat. I told you the cat was gonna have a jump scare. So we've managed to evade it. We've managed to not look at it, but we get downstairs and the cat jumps down and goes, da-dum. Yeah, so it alerts the entity that Macy is downstairs, and Macy immediately hears it coming after her and she tries to escape, but all the doors are locked, because of course they are, and the only way she can get down is the basement. The basement is the only thing that's open, so we have to go down into the basement, even though we were told multiple times by Grace, don't worry about it, don't go in the basement, Don't go in the basement. We've got that really creepy TV set downstairs just sitting in that hallway. Love that. Took a few steps forward, my foot falls silent. No broken glass down here. Again, I searched for a place to hide. To my right was a cramped utility room and a cluttered closet. To my left, a spare bedroom. And straight ahead at the end of the long hallway behind the TV pushcart, a solitary bone white door. The lights snap off, the TV snaps to life showing blue, and the silhouette of a head held aloft by a withered neck appears in front of the screen. It seems like it was on the screen, but it's actually in front of the screen. So the thing has appeared before her, and now she's in a fight for her life. And this thing has a plastic bag, glossy and black, over top of its head. Again, it is just this entity using everything in its power to terrify the hell out of Macy and distract her long enough for it to take her. And then everything at this point goes completely black. So I would just like to take a quick breather. I know this is a crazy spot to take a quick breather, but I am editing at the same time as going through this whole video. And I would like to say, I feel like I have come to the conclusion after editing and going through all of this stuff over a second time, I think Grace knew everything. I think Grace was a ward. I think Grace was a sneaky little bastard. I think Grace knew exactly what she was doing. I really do. After seeing everything together and editing through and hearing myself talk about it in kind of like a condensed period of time, I think Grace knew. I think Grace was interviewing people, even with David. I think they've interviewed hundreds of people for this job, including Lucy, and they almost made Lucy a ward. I think that Grace had the Fit Life on because she knew about the BPM. I think that Grace knew about the rabbits because she almost hit one and almost seemed startled that one appeared before her, and the house almost seemed like it was trying to keep her there. I think her not having the food in the fridge was her cleaning the house out because she's not coming back. The heavy suitcase, her eyeing the cat, especially in this moment with the cat almost working against her, almost working with the entity. I think the cat also did that to Grace, and that's why Grace gave the cat that look. I think the cat has done it to her. I think Grace knew the whole time. Yeah, I think that is my official thought about Grace, is that she did know. She did know, and she was looking for a ward and found Macy and knew Macy was a sucker, and that's why she had a good feeling about it. Oh man, I was so torn coming into this video about what Grace knew and like who Grace was, and I really wanted to come to the conclusion that Grace was not actually Grace, but I think Grace knew. Think Grace knew. Think Grace was a ward. Think Grace was messing with people, and I actually do think I'm really curious if Grace, so David says even Grace says she thinks he's going crazy. I think that Grace became ward potentially after David passed, and that's why she's been trying so hard to find somebody else. So she believed everything once David passed. I think I'm going with that. I think I am. I think I'm going with that. And I think potentially Grace even knew somewhat because like we talked about earlier, Grace in the pictures with David never looked happy. So I am curious if she already was resenting him for dragging her into this situation. So I think that's where I'm gonna land on that. But I just thought of it right now because of the cat, and I was like, she gave that cat a really nasty look. And I feel like it's because of this. I feel like the cat did something like this to Grace, and Grace did not forgive the cat for doing that, because I wouldn't either. I'd be pissed at the cat. We're moving into chapter 2 and section 4, and we are currently hiding in the darkness, and she's trying to do those gentle thoughts, but it's not going well. I feel like it's the situation of, if you tell a hysterical person, oh, just calm down, it'll be okay, the first thing you're gonna do is freak out more when someone tells you to calm down. Like, it's like nearly impossible to calm yourself down when you are in the throes of a massive anxiety attack, especially when you know there's actually a thing that is trying to kill you. I feel like trying to think of gentle thoughts in the middle of that, it's not going to go well. So obviously she kind of calms down, and the entity does calm down. And this section pretty much proves that this entity is feeding off of Macy. I mean, it seems like it is stronger when she is more depressed and more upset, and it is weaker when she is calmer and having a much better time. And so she just can't maintain the gentle thoughts, and she ends up having to fight for her life against the entity, but she comes out on top. She kicks ass in this section and obliterates this thing and is covered in cold blood, again, similar, I've talked about it enough already, but the entity was cold, has cold blood. It does, again, point to anything cold is relating to the entity. And then because she was able to take out the entity, she has saved the world currently. We're finally on the last section. Obviously, remember, after we do finish up the book recap, we are going to go into Reddit threads and other theories and kind of maybe make connections. And then the last thing we'll go over is the We Used to Live Here factor. I will put timestamps up for everything if you do not want to watch the We Used to Live Here stuff if you haven't read it yet. But I would recommend going to read We Used to Live Here and coming back and checking that out because there's a lot of stuff that connected. So let's talk about the final little bit of the Caretaker. So after we survive our ordeal, finally, we have a little bit of respite finally. So we get cleaned up, we start tidying up. We also have a phone call with Gemma, who is talking about her interview and how she's getting ready for her interview with Target. Also, Macy does try to contact Grace and obviously is not getting a hold of Grace. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Grace basically wants nothing to do with this. We go through a very interesting reel of photos at this point. So we do look through David photos and Grace photos because all the pictures had fallen off the walls. So Macy is trying to tidy up the house, and in so doing that, she has to kind of look at the photos. So we get a lot of information that I feel like would have been helpful early on. So we kind of get this long history of David. And this is something that, again, kind of points to David suddenly becoming this ward and potentially bringing Grace in later once they've both lost people in their lives. So David has photos of him at Carneswell Timber. He has all of these different photos. He was MVP in lacrosse. It seemed he had been married at least once before Grace and also had a son who we knew was most likely Caleb. I didn't see a single photo of his son looking older than 20, and he looked sad in most of his pictures, even when he was smiling. And that is something I feel like, again, that's a little bit of information that it would have been so good for Macy or for us to know at the beginning, because again, it is one of my theories that Macy or the ward of the house has to have a level of depression or sadness or desperation to actually be the ward of this house. And it does seem like David has met that criteria if he is looking sad in all of his pictures. And I'm curious if they didn't exactly say, but did he look sad in the pictures before Caleb died? Or is Caleb dying what actually triggers his own depression and potentially what leads him to being ward of the house? We also have 2 pictures of Grace, again, which is why I do think Grace is a later on person. I do think she was added as a ward later on, and that's kind of potentially why she resents David in some photos. Looks like Grace had 3 children with this man. It was only 2 photos, but she looked happier with him than with David. I wonder if he had also passed away. And it does seem like that potentially is the other criteria. Do we have to have some death that leads to that type of specific grief? So potentially David lost both his wife and Caleb, and Grace lost her husband, and now Macy has lost her father. It does seem like a bit of a pattern there. Macy does continue tidying up the house because, again, that was rule number 1, is you got to tidy up the house. And she does say something interesting, and I feel like this is the most millennial thing I think I've ever read in a book. That all-knowing voice in the depths of my head whispered, "You're going to be trapped here forever, Macy, turning off lights, chasing rabbits, and following footprints into the pitch dark woods." Somehow I almost didn't mind. Yes, I still felt miserable, but for the first time in my life, it felt like I had direction, like I was actually contributing to something. If that is not a millennial sentiment, I don't think I've ever heard one more apt for, I feel like, how millennials feel about things. Continuing bargaining with my plight, continuing to try to look at the positives. I had a roof over my head, a roof without the ever-looming threat of eviction. And maybe when I got a handle on these rights, maybe I could convince Gemma to live here too. And so it's just like the desperation that Macy is feeling, that even this job, she feels important. Like, she feels important because she has something to do, so she's willing to just kind of stick it out. So we finally get our last phone call, and it is of an old woman, and we're gonna talk about her again in the We Used to Live Here section. And this is probably the most like matriarchal feeling person that has called her. It's a very comforting kind of call, and she's asking if she's okay, if she's doing fine, and she asks her how she's holding up. And we do hear the sound of children playing in the background and a barking dog. And she tells Macy that she's doing important work, and Macy says, "Who are you? Why did you call here?" The old woman exhaled a long sigh. "Because it's the only thing we," and then she gets cut off. again, it's the we. It's the use of the we. So it does, again, it just comes back to this organization of people who just know things. They know things that are happening, and it seems like it is organized of who is supposed to be calling and what they're supposed to be telling them. So again, is it good or is it malevolent, or is it a mixture of gray? And it probably is a mixture of gray. So Macy asks her what she's supposed to do for the day, and the woman does say, just fix the mower and mow the lawn. And it's something she can do. And I do think this is basically forcing Macy into dealing with her PTSD. So she has just been put through probably the worst thing that has happened since her father died and is still in shock. The act of facing the lawnmower and mowing the lawn is what finally breaks Macy. And it's what she needed to come to terms with her own grief and her own despair and really take stock of who she was as a person even before her dad's death. So in maintenance landscaping, finally Macy lets herself cry, and then when we go inside, we do see a white rabbit, and Macy resignedly picks it up and brings it over to the fireplace. Obviously, we don't end up burning the rabbit, okay? I was really scared from him because we were really prepping for it, but as she's prepping for it, Gemma calls and it kind of distracts her, and the rabbit ends up getting away, and it's just, it is the final straw in the horrible weekend that Macy's has. And to top it all off, she has 3 knocks, and it does seem like the visitor is taking shape of her father this time, which is just so rude. It's so rude, but it brings us back to the beginning of this book when David was faced with Caleb, which is worst case scenario. So she is still on the phone with Gemma when this happens, and I am curious how many of these calls with Gemma are actually happening, because we were told pretty early on that the entity most likely can affect electronics, because Macy was pretty sure that she turned off the notification on her phone for her father's birthday, but it ended up coming through anyway. So it is a possibility that at this point, the call with Gemma actually isn't happening, and it's another distraction technique that distracts her into actually looking at the dad. Because Gemma is telling her, like screaming at her, don't look at him, go hide, that is not our dad. But unfortunately, she's so distracted that he looks right at her. And that's real bad. That's real bad. And that is what brings us into the final part, part 5, redundancy. And it's a very small section. So we open up with Macy pretty much coming to terms with her depression and discussing her dad's death in our little section of blue. And it comes to light that Macy was depressed far longer than her father's death. She was depressed, it seems like, a long time in her life, and she just was never willing to talk about it. And it's something that she wished that she had brought up with her father. Yes, things would be better, but dad or no dad, negativity lives in my bones, sits perched on my shoulders like 2 deadbeat angels, dreary and day drunk, mumbling into my ears. Just stay in bed, Macy, stay in bed, because what's the point of doing anything anymore? Stay in bed until you fall back asleep and the sun sets all over again. And I think that's what's so interesting about this whole book and the rites that she is forced to participate in, because a lot of them are getting through the night and surviving through the night to make it to another day. And that alone right there is like, okay, no, like we are literally living and breathing depression in real time. Like these things that are happening to Macy is her fighting depression in a sentient state. And so her having to get to sunrise is a metaphor for most people trying to just make it to the next day, just survive one day to make it to the next day. Because these rites are every single day, it's just exhausting. And that's something that's not talked a lot about depression is, yes, depression causes you to be tired. It causes an emptiness. It can cause a wallowing sadness, but depression is so much more than that. It physically exhausts you. So seeing Macy go through 2 days of having to do these rites, it is like you are seeing someone going through depression on the outside. It is a physical manifestation of the war that her brain is going through. You're just seeing it in person, so obviously it's easier to understand in this way. This part really hit me. Everything happens for a reason. God never gives you more than you can handle. Unaliving is just a permanent solution to a temporary problem. That never helps. That stuff never helps. It's terrible. I always sensed a hint of smugness behind these little platitudes, like the person typing them had it all figured out. Just try to look at the good in life. After all, things could always be worse. Gee, thanks. That sure cheers me up. It's so good. It's so good in it. It hurts, but it also just like you feel so seen reading this. You really do. People say that stuff. I heard all of that last year and more. And when you try to explain to them it's not that easy, it's like, well, why? Why isn't it that easy? Why can't you just get up, go do something, go for a walk? I don't want to. I don't want to. My legs feel like they're bolted to the floor. My brain feels like I've gone through 16 exams in a single day when all I've been doing is sitting here. Like, why am I so exhausted? It's just like, oh man, yeah, it's really frustrating. So this whole section is all about Macy kind of looking at all of these things and realizing that there was a problem long before her father died and that she wished she would have talked to him. She doesn't know what she would have said, but she wished there was at least just one more moment with him. Moving on to chapter 5 and our final thing, our little visitor, the father. It's really interesting because the visitor acts just like her dad, but it's almost, there's like a reverse psychology thing going on. So he's screaming at her to run, to hide. I'm not me. This is not who I am. But he's also trying to break down the door and the windows all at the same time. So it's like this weird juxtaposition that is also pretty much used to distract her because the visitor is actively trying to get in, but what they're saying isn't matching their actions. So Macy is hearing her father and what he would say, and it is distracting her from running and hiding. And so Macy very smartly finally kind of snaps out of it, and she runs and goes and finds the final envelope, which all it says is basement. And this is the envelope that says in case of emergency, and she knows this is in case of emergency. This is worst case scenario. So she gets down to the basement where she sees a red light under the crack of the closed door that's end of the hallway. When she goes inside, it has the VCR with the old TV, and the screen is solid red. And I would assume, I'm not sure 100% what red means here, but it does seem like the red in this instance is the final form of this boss. Like, we have had every other type of color, but red has always been the problem. A red sun is the end of the world. So it does seem like we are in the final act. If Macy screws up at this point, a red sun will rise and the world will end as we know it. So the red just seems like it's signifying, okay, this is your last chance. Like, red, bad. Red is bad. Red is very, very bad. So this is your last chance to not screw this up. And now on the paper, all it says is watch, 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 watch. And so Macy ends up watching this footage. And I will say this footage is a hallucinatory nightmare of trying to figure out exactly what's going on. So we are shown the Windfall Inlet again. Windfall Inlet is just, I really do think everything comes back to that. And again, we'll talk about that more in documents. I also love how I totally forgot to add that chapter 2 is like around here somewhere. I went directly from chapter 1 to chapter 3, but chapter 2 is in there somewhere. So then the footage cuts to a shot of the foyer. Camera lay on the side table, a slanted angle. David Carnswell stood hunched over the table, eyes wide with fear. He wore an olive green rain poncho spattered with mud, and the glossy white phone was tucked between his ear and collarbone. He listened to someone on the other end, wildly scribbling away into a leather brown notebook. Footage cut to a jittery close-up of David hiding in a dark room. If you're watching this, it means the visitor has taken the form of someone you lost. This is a consequence of your failure to burn the white rabbit alive. You can try to hide, but if the visitor finds you, you have to kill it. If you survive until the morning, the foyer light will turn on. Switch it off within 3 minutes to prevent a red sun from rising. So here are our final instructions. And David says, the visitor will do everything it can to make you hesitate. Don't let it fool. And then he's cut off. And that's because you actually hear a voice through the video that is saying dad, and it presumably is Caleb. I'm really curious because the thing is, obviously David didn't fail outright because the world didn't end. So was David killed and that was like almost like a sacrifice so the red sun didn't rise? Or did Grace, I feel like Grace had to finish it. I feel like David died in the process and Grace finished the ritual, and that's why Grace is suspicious, because who was there to finish it? Like, how did a red sun not rise and David died? Because it does seem like he potentially died on this night. I don't know. Again, it couldn't be that. David could have just died of normal circumstances and whatever, but it does seem like potentially David did not live through this night and Grace finished the ritual. But I don't know. It's a big question mark. Again, we're not getting answers from Grace. David's dead, so we're not getting answers from David. We also have some other footage. It cuts actually to a young Macy and her family just kind of doing normal everyday things, and that includes fixing up the lawnmower. Then switch to an underwater space, murky and gray. It does seem like this is probably the truck that the father passed away in. And then we do see the truck from far away. It is the white Ford Ranger, and it is rusted though. And there is a dissonant tone that is going on through the TV, and we have heard that dissonant tone before. So after the VHS goes back to a red screen, there's a massive thump on the wall, and Macy decides, yeah, she's gonna kill this. She's gonna kill this visitor. So she ends up hitting the visitor when it gets through, and it turns out it is Gemma. Now, this is not Gemma. This was like a wildly debated thing, I feel like, before, but Marcus Cleaver in an AMA has pretty much confirmed that this was a visitor. This was not Gemma, even though this had hazel eyes. We were told multiple times that the visitors will do anything in their power, and we've learned that they evolve. That was the key. They evolve over time. They will do anything in their power, and that includes not showing the cold blue eyes. And so this is a visitor, and it's a very, very scary moment because I legitimately did think it was Gemma for a little bit. And obviously Macy's convinced that it is Gemma because it was a devastating setback. But we learned that she avoided the devastating setback, and she did not get a call after there was a new rabbit. She was not told there was going to be another devastating setback. So it's almost like her brain just kind of went back to believing there'd be a devastating setback when there wasn't. She had nothing in her future that would signal a devastating setback. And so to make situation even worse, Macy does look at her phone, and there are many missed messages, missed texts, voicemails, etc. from Gemma saying that she is on her way to help, because obviously Macy hung up with her earlier when the dad was banging on the door. And so Gemma says that she is on the way, and that could have been Gemma that came through the door. Obviously, it's not her. It's not her. And I talked about it before, the entity can mess with electronics. So it is possible that all of these messages and phone calls, etc., could be Gemma, which it really could be. Or they could be something that has just been created to upset Macy and make her, again, distract her from the purpose. So when we go upstairs, we do see that nobody was able to get in. So Macy's thinking, okay, obviously the visitor left. That really was Gemma. But there was an open window. And we were told very early on by David that they won't come in through the windows, but they evolve. And so 100% that visitor came in through the window. We kind of are confirmed that she really did kill a visitor because the light in the foyer does turn on. She does not make this connection. At this point, she is so devastated that she lets the rabbit go, and she also just chooses not to turn the light off because what's the point? Everyone in her life is gone. She is devastated. It is just time to let go. And so she finally feels this moment of peace that she has never felt before until Gemma calls. And it has again been confirmed by Marcus Cleaver in an AMA that this is the real Gemma calling, and Gemma is just fine. Unfortunately, as she looks over the horizon, a red sun does rise. And that is where the book ends. And it was a wild ride. It was a wild, wild ride. So we are going to get into some Reddit theories. We're going to get into the documents. And if you don't want to stick around and you just wanted the recap, there you go. But we're going to get into some deep diving of some things that potentially could be put together in this book. And then, like I said, afterwards, we'll talk a little bit about We Used to Live Here. I prepped all of this behind me, and then I just opened up the documents. Oh, you can't see that one at all. Oh, well, I'll just go over it. These are all the documents. So we're going over the documents in the Reddit section now. It's been a full 24 hours since I last filmed. So my headache has receded. My stress has gone down until I just pulled up the documents and we have a new document. I literally just had this open an hour ago prepping, and now there's a new document. However, I at least know what the document is. So we'll go over it, but it does have to do with the Reddit stuff I was going to talk about. How this little section is going to go, we obviously are finished with actually going through the book. So we are going to talk about just extra stuff at this point. So these extra documents exist on a website called oldhousearchive.net. I will have it down below in the description so you guys can peruse them more. Some of the documents are very obviously connecting with the Caretaker. Some are more obviously connecting with We Used to Live Here. So I will save the We Used to Live Here ones for the end of the document section. So that way that will kind of carry over into We Used to Live Here. And then we will briefly talk about Reddit. I think we're going to start with Reddit just because after last night I spent like 5 hours going through Reddit stuff. And I've come to the conclusion that I do think the Reddit situation is better going through on your own if you want to really do a lot of the extra work with it. If you don't, you don't have to. One of the documents, like I said, that just popped up is from one of the big Reddit threads. So we will be going over that in documents, but there's just, so they call it an ARG over there on Reddit. It's basically like an extra game. Like it's basically a game. So right now what they're working on over on Reddit is unlocking a new website. And that was actually something that was going on when I did my original video for We Used to Live Here. When I did the original We Used to Live Here video, there were still symbols that were not decoded. And after I posted my video, they were able to unlock the website and a bunch of symbols were decoded that were in the book. And so I will actually have that in my update just in case people didn't know about it. That's kind of what's happening over on Reddit right now, is there is a new unlockable section that has not been unlocked yet. So I did kind of want to bring it up just in case you want to keep track of it. Again, I will post that link as well down below. But I figured I would leave the game and all of the extra content and a lot of the extra theories just to Reddit. And if you guys really want to go through all that stuff, you can go through the list of things that are on Reddit. It just was a lot of stuff to go through. And honestly, it was a getting lost in the sauce situation where a lot of stuff was just theories that I've already either talked about myself, or it's stuff that I just am kind of like, I don't really know how much that actually goes with stuff. So I'm going to leave it on Reddit where it is, but we were going to talk about a few things. So the game right now actually directly has to do with the document called A New Friend, and we are going to go over that because it looks like they did compile everything into a document, and it is somewhat relevant because it is very caretaker heavy and it's kind of freaky and it could connect very much to the caretaker and potentially some things in the caretaker. So we are going to hold off on A New Friend until we get back to documents. I think we might just go ahead and do it first because yeah. Anyway, the dead theory. We're going to very briefly talk about the Macy is dead theory because it's not something I personally agree with, but there are a large faction of people who do believe that this theory is accurate. And again, I was not the writer of the book, so this totally could be accurate. And it's just my own personal opinion that I don't think it is accurate. So just in case it is accurate, let's talk about the Macy is dead theory. So the theory is that Macy died during her unaliving attempt at the Hawthorne Hotel, and everything past that point she is in the afterlife. And that is a theory that actually was brought up also for We Used to Live Here. I pretty much had the same opinion that I didn't believe in it then, that book either. So it has been brought back up again for this one, but it does explain pretty much everything because anything can kind of happen in the afterworld. And so it almost is like a purgatory type situation where she is working, again, it's a similar thing. She's still working through her depression. She's having these visions. She's not understanding that she's dead, and she is directly interacting with other beings that are also dead. So a big part of this theory is the carbon copy. So Macy often mentions a carbon copy version of Macy. We did talk about it a little bit and how I felt about it, but a lot of people are using that as their proof that she is dead and that Macy's referencing the carbon copy of herself. She's actually referencing like her dead self, like she is dead. And again, it puts her in like a kind of underworld situation where she is attempting to stave off the apocalypse, which potentially could be like a hell type of thing, everything kind of coming out of hell. I don't have a lot to talk about with it just because anytime I see proof of it, I just kind of don't really buy it that much. So I can look more online for it. There is more on it, but I just wanted to mention it just in case you guys agreed with it. And it actually is the thing that is happening. So that's the dead theory. And then also, if you're more interested, there is a podcast, and I think it's called the Old House Podcast. Again, I'll link it down below, or I'll at least put the name down so you guys can check it out on Spotify. I have not listened to it. It is an in-depth chapter by chapter, section by section of We Used to Live Here. I don't know if they're doing the Caretaker, but I do know that they have been doing We Used to Live Here. And so it's a very, very in-depth thing. And they probably go through every theory. They probably go through Reddit stuff. They probably go through literally everything in significantly more detail. And I was thinking about listening to it, but then I didn't want this to become accidentally stealing their ideas, because that's the thing. I try to stay away from stuff when I do my original videos just so it's all of my unique thoughts. So if I were to listen to that podcast, it is definitely a possibility that a lot of my opinions might shift to things that they believe in. And at that point, you should just listen to their podcast because they did all of this work and you should not listen to me. So I still would recommend it though. I have heard it's actually really, really good. And they probably go through super in-depth stuff. Again, I think it's mostly for We Used to Live Here right now though. So that is also that. So that's kind of a little bit of housekeeping with Reddit and the podcast and the dead theory. And now we're going to move on to the documents. Some seem relevant, some seem not so relevant, but we're just going to go over them, all of them anyway, just in case, because potentially some of this stuff could hint at future books, which I think would be really interesting because we do have some alien feeling stuff going on, which I really wasn't expecting when I read through some of these. So we are going to end up starting with the Burnside abduction. So we go through this case where we're talking to this guy whose car slammed on its brakes itself without him actually doing anything. The car has also completely vanished, and our driver was actually found up, I believe, in a tree, and no one knows actually where the car went. The only thing that everyone saw was there was a pitch black diamond shape in the sky that people are thinking abducted the car. So how this potentially could connect to the caretaker is you do have slammed on the brakes itself. Potentially you hit a border, like how Macy was stopped on that border and she had to choose to accept the caretaker position and step across the borderline. This is a potential here, like maybe it didn't want him on the property. Do I really like super buy that? Not really. I do think this is probably separate. And then we also have the pitch black diamond shape, which potentially could go back to that symbol that we were seeing in the letters that were left for Macy when things went to shit. That little diamond shape that I said had like the number of the house on it. Technically that could be connected because it is a diamond shape, and I mean that seems like it could connect. And then also there was a loud vibrating and buzzing sound, which potentially could be similar to the noise that was coming out of the TV that Macy was listening to off of the VCR. So that is our first one. Again, more alien feeling. So then another one that kind of more goes with that one, we have Dead End Road. I know you guys can't see it. It talks basically about a found footage video where there's this massive sinewy but hulking form at the same time, a very large individual that is slowly walking out of the trees, and a Dodge pickup truck comes up and it shoots the creature, and the creature still continues to try to walk towards the camera, and people get out of the truck and that's when it cuts. So it does, again, it seems very much like potentially these two are connected. Now, there was a part of the AMA, or I don't remember where I saw this, so take this with a grain of salt because I actively don't remember where I saw this, but I believe I saw something somewhere. Oh, I'm like, where did I see this? Saw something somewhere that talked about how, I think it was the AMA, that now having read We Used to Live Here and having read The Caretaker, obviously there are situations going on that are very different in both books, but potentially in both books there are things that are being kept inside Old House or kept inside perimeters. And it stands to reason that there are other rituals and other situations also going on in Old World that are keeping other things at bay as well. So not just a red sun and not just whatever the heck was going on and We Used to Live Here. There could be other rituals happening. So this could be, like I said, it could be in a next book. It could be just something a little extra. But these people in the Dodge pickup truck could be controlling some sort of other creature that is trying to escape Old House, etc. So that is potentially what could be going on in this document of Dead End Road. We're going to skip Lake Bed. We're going to leave that for when we're closer to We Used to Live Here because this is a cross between We Used to Live Here and The Caretaker. We're going to skip this one because this is fully We Used to Live Here, basically. Let's see. This is a good one. So Manor and Constant Makers. This does seem to match to The Caretaker. So this one opens up with an excerpt from the book, The Constant Makers, and it's talking about the ship that is going to crash into this rocky cliff, but there's something strange with like the manor going on up above it. Then we move into a description of the manor like house, and they talk about how there are houses of God. And again, we're not going to get too much into the gods. That's something that you guys are going to have to probably look up on your own because I do not feel even remotely comfortable enough to even give a guess on that stuff. Other than apparently there are gods at play in this universe. I don't know how they like work in this world though. But they talked about how the manor house is not always in the same spot, and they did give the cliff description, and it's very similar to this short story. But the author supposedly came out and said that this cliff that she used has been there for centuries, and that it actually doesn't really have to do with her book. She actually used the idea. So this one feels a little bit like it's talking potentially about the Windfall Inlet, but we're not 100% sure. So RCGs, I'm gonna do my best with this one. This, I kind of think, I wish I had a Rubik's Cube, but I don't keep a Rubik's Cube because they make me feel stupid. So think of a Rubik's Cube. So this is kind of giving you the layout of what old house potentially looks like. I'm gonna do my best. If you guys down below understand repeating grid patterns a little bit better than what I'm about to describe, feel free to try and explain it, but this is the best way I know how to explain it. But you basically start in a cube on a Rubik's Cube. And if you move one over, something is a little bit different. So as you're moving through old house, you can move sideways, you can move up, you can move down, you can move any orthogonal direction, etc. that you can move. If you move to another square, there's going to be slight differences. And potentially, if you're starting in here and you move like 10 squares wherever over, you're probably going to end up somewhere that looks incredibly different from where you originally started. So every little like a layer of old house looks a little bit different depending on where you started in the grid pattern. That is the best way I can describe that. Again, it is a little bit more relevant. Actually, it's a lot more relevant to We Used to Live Here, but I do think it's important enough to explain it in general. But we will come back to that for We Used to Live Here because that is very important. It's something we've already talked about in the We Used to Live Here video. So moving on to the PCMAs, we have locations of interest, and I'm not sure about the Baywood Isle. The Baywood Isle seems more connected to the Burnside abduction and the Dead End Road, potentially, because it does talk about abductions here. So the Baywood Isle was bought and kind of left completely untouched by a billionaire or millionaire or whatever. And a lot of people have theories about what has happened on this island, potentially abductions, but like people were saying experiments, etc. I don't know. I don't know anything about this location. It's not something that I was concerning myself with at the time. So that is one that you're probably gonna have to look up on your own and see if there's more about it. But I haven't seen anything about the Baywood Isle, and I am curious if it's going to be, again, in a potential book later, or it's going to connect to something later, or it connects to something now and I just didn't find it. So then we have the Windfall Inlet. Obviously, this is very the Caretaker. We are at the Windfall Inlet with Macy, and we talk about the shipwrecks that occur. It happens a lot, and this obviously does sound very similar here. So shipwrecks, the cliff, etc. So this does seem like a potential thing, but we don't know if the Windfall Inlet moves, because that was like a thing that was definitely talked about. It's not always in the same spot. So shipwrecks, it's also called Weeping Hag's Cliff. We talked about this. And they always see an old woman. She always looks different. It's generally at night or in the early morning, which does fit with the 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. type of thing that Macy had to deal with. And then she hasn't been seen since the 18th century, which I find very interesting. And the reasoning could potentially be that there was no caretaker or something going on at the property. That's why we didn't have a ward, maybe. And then when David took over, maybe the Weeping Hag came back. I don't know. So it is interesting that it was specifically mentioned that she hasn't been seen since the 18th century. But I wonder if there was a space of time where this location was kind of defunct, and suddenly with David it came back into use. I don't know. That is a very big speculation. There's no type of evidence to go behind that one. So then we also talk about the old house hatch. So a lot of people think that there is potentially an old house hatch near this location because of the strange flora and fauna, and that could be meaning the rabbits. We didn't really talk about any plant activity, but we did talk about the rabbits, and the rabbits are weird because they look domesticated. So part of Old House, again, if you haven't read We Used to Live Here, this is going to get a little bit confusing. Part of Old House is there are animals that are able to basically cross boundaries. So the example used a lot is ants. There are ants found in a world that don't exist there. They've never been seen before. It's very strange, but they actually, it does turn out they probably exist in another old house square, probably an adjacent one, and they were just able to kind of move between the two. So you can tell where a hatches or a door potentially is leading to a different version of Old House based on some of the animals that you potentially see. And that actually will bring us back to lake bed. I'll talk about that in a second. Also, there are sigils. So we've talked about sigils, and the sigils are like the circle with the intersecting lines and the diamond. So this said that there was a mix of guardian sigils. So now I'm like, see, I use the word guardian, but I don't know if how I was using guardian actually mixes with this. But it said there were red sun sigils, which do seem like it's the circle ones, and then mixtures of guardian sigils, which do sound like they could be the diamond ones. I don't know for sure. I do think it shows the circle as a red sun sigil, but then it goes into a bunch of things about, oh, this old god, and this was a subsect of this, and I was lost. I got lost on that. So I would definitely recommend looking at, if you look at any of these documents, I would look at the PCMAs. And like I said, it will be down below. You just have to kind of sift through them. And it's not called PCMA. It's like plant something, animals, whatever. It's like 4 different words that the anagram is PCMA. If I look at any, you should look at the PCMAs. So yeah, it looks like there are dueling sigils of both Guardian and Red Sun, which is interesting because we saw the sigils, but I don't know if we saw Guardian sigils on anything. I think we only saw the Red Sun sigil on the boulder. So I wonder if the hatch is like nearby to that, and that's an important thing. So I am curious if those Red Sun sigils aren't in every version of Old House. I don't know. But anyway, with that said, that kind of does bring us back to lake bed. And I will try to do my best to not talk about too much of We Used to Live Here. But we are shown that there is the lines that are drawn, the same ones that are drawn in the Caretaker. And we do have these kangaroo mice. And again, it's a similar situation as the ants. The kangaroo mice are shown in a Nevada area, but they are known to not be native to North America. But in a different version of Old House, they could be native to North America, or if you travel through the door, it could take you to a different part of the world. That is also an option, I guess. But it could be just the Old House next to that one could have those native and they are getting through the hatch, potentially. And then we have Kilroy Maxwell. This is like, this is interesting because Kilroy is like a thing. Like, it's a thing that has been brought up many times, like in real world, because it was actually a thing that came up in World War II. But Old House and We Used to Live Here in the Caretaker have kind of adopted the Kilroy Maxwell thing and have used it as this very interesting, because you find Kilroy in really, really weird places. So this is kind of taking it to the extreme where they're talking about, is Kilroy an inside joke among the guides? A lot of them have tattoos, but they're also very superstitious over Kilroy. And they have found his tags to be in impossible places, which would bring us to potentially time travel situations, which I'm not even touching at this point. If we get into time travel, that's going to be a whole nother can of worms. We haven't talked about it yet, so I'm not going to deal with it. Because I will say the Weeping Hag's Cliff, there does seem like there potentially could be a strange time loop going on there based on the stuff she's wearing. And it's just this weird, it's weird. Some weird stuff there. There's some date things that are happening. I'm not great with time loops. I'm not good with time travel. That is far beyond my means. So time travel and old gods, way over my head, okay? So that could be something potentially to look and see if the podcast has covered, because, oh boy, that would be a discussion. So anyway, they talk about how there's an unspeakable phrase relating to Kilroy, and if that phrase is written anywhere, guides have burned wings of Old House so that they are no longer accessible to make sure that Kilroy does not pop up. And there's like a giant list of things that people say Kilroy could be: tricksters, old gods, not existing at all. There's just a whole giant list. Again, this is a really good document that I would go check out called Kilroy Maxwell. It's never really explained who he is, but obviously it is a very big point in Old House. So those are the documents. I just wanted to go over them very briefly because, like I said, some of them make sense with the world we're in. Some of them potentially seem like something that will be in the future or potentially relate back to the ARG, the game that's going on in Reddit. So like once a week, if you're into that, I would go check to see what has been unlocked, or, you know, get involved and actually play it and see if you can solve some of the puzzles that they actively put up there. So that's the documents. That's a little bit of the Reddit. I know you guys probably expect a little bit more from Reddit, but there just really wasn't that much to go over unless you want to go over the whole game. And I do not have the attention span for the game. So, Let's go over a new friend. Let's go over a new friend. And a new friend is the last document that was just popped up. And like I said, it does have to do with the ARG currently, but it is important because we introduce a character called Jane. So we end up introducing this home. And at first I did think it was potentially Grace and David's home, but I don't think it's that. I do think it says that it's potentially a townhome, but a camera has been set up to capture things. There are 3 knocks at the door, and we're introduced to our main character who we are referring to as Jane. This potentially is not her name, but she does have black hair, which is very important because that does match the description, just the black hair part. That does match the description of the woman in the pictures with David, which is very suspicious. But it also matches the color of hair of a character from We Used to Live Here, which is also very suspicious. So Jane is found counting to herself, counting down from 5. And there are again more knocks on the door. She appears to be in her late 30s and early 40s. I am curious if she was trying to do a breathing calming technique, which would lead to the idea that potentially she is also a ward and is dealing with her own type of visitors. Because again, the 3 knocks on the door, she's not showing her face. She's not looking at who it is. And if she gets stressed, the knocks will get louder. And it does say that they are 50% louder than the previous ones. It says that her black hair is matted and stringy. There are dark circles under her eyes. Looks like she hasn't slept or showered in days. And that makes sense. Macy pretty much was at that point towards the end of the book. She also has mirrors set up in the house, which could again be an indicator of her dealing with an entity, because one of the big things was don't look at it. So she could also be dealing with an entity that you cannot look at. She takes a cautious step toward the door, halting when a small voice leaks out of the other side. The voice sounds childlike, or more accurately, it sounds like an adult pretending to be a child. I'm afraid, it says. I don't know where I am and I can't find my parents. Obviously a very good distraction technique to try to get her to answer. It also looks like she has something written on her arm, and it's almost like a script. And it says, I'm sorry to hear you can't find your parents. Have you tried talking to the white-haired girl beneath the library? So this is probably potentially something that she was given on the phone, that this is the script that she needs to follow just in case it says a line to her. And I'm curious, obviously, if that was given to by one of the, I call them guardians, but the guardians on the phone. And I don't know if that's an accurate thing, especially since now we have something called guardian sigils. But that could, I guess that does make sense then. Then it says, another long silence. After 7 seconds, Jane's brow furrows. She looks back to her arm and begins to reread. So it is a script that she seems to be following. The white-haired girl beneath the library doesn't want to speak with me. And that was the response of the person. Childlike voice cuts her off and says, the white-haired girl beneath the library doesn't want to speak to me. It seems like that was not the answer that she wanted, because she starts freaking out and looks back at her arm and says, where did you last see your parents? The response is above. She asks, above what? And she says, you. Jane slows to another standstill, jaw slackening as a grim wash of dread clouds her face. She peers up toward the ceiling. A soft thump reverberates from above, followed by a low scraping sound. The sound of something heavy being dragged over coarse flooring. Another thump, another scrape. And we have the sound thump scrape. Awful. Oh, it's so awful. That is, and I will say, that sound is something that we will talk about again in the We Used to Live Here update after this is done. Again, this seems like an answer that Jane absolutely did not want, so she gets panicked and leaves the room. So the thing comes to the stairs, comes down the stairs. We hear a wet clicking sound like a misaligned jaw opening. A low buzzing drone rises like a swarm of flies. And it does seem like Jane went somewhere to hide, which again matches with Macy. And it is curious because this thing does seem different than what Macy dealt with. And so we're left off with the phone beginning to ring. The footsteps continue. A looming shadow sweeps across the moonlit floor until it slips away, camera left. The footsteps go on for 12 paces, then slow to another stop. The final ring is cut short by a mechanical click, the sound of the phone being raised from its base. A short pause, and then a perfect imitation of Jane's voice saying, speaking. The footage cuts to black. So we're seeing evolution in this as well. So obviously, it does seem like this Jane person is dealing with a caretaker situation, that she is a ward and she is in the middle of the shit as well, like Macy was dealing with at the end. And her entity has learned and adapted to actually answer the phone, which I don't know the ramifications of that, but I don't think it's good. and it is mimicking her. So I am curious if there is a contingency after that as well. So anyway, that is that extra document that just popped up. It does seem very relevant to the caretaker, so I am curious what we're gonna get after this. So if you are curious about what's gonna happen after this, I would pay attention to the Reddit, but this is the most recent and most new information that we have currently. So that's all I can give you for now. We are done with the documents, we're done with this. We're gonna move over to the connections between We Used to Live Here and the caretaker. It's gonna be short, it's not gonna be a lot of stuff. It is primarily going to do with the Heather section of the book. And even then I don't have a lot of answers. It's just stuff that is questionable and makes you think, like, what are the connections between the two? So don't expect like a huge section. It's just gonna be a couple of things. I'm not gonna lie, I instantly feel 1,000 times more comfortable talking about We Used to Live Here. And I don't know why, because I arguably think that We Used to Live Here is significantly less accessible to people, but I don't know what it is. I think I just spent so much time with We Used to Live Here as a book. I read it fully 2 times before doing the video. And then I researched so much into that one. And then I had like multiple times where I was doing discussions with people that were like 4 to 5 hours long. I just, for some reason, just feel immediately more comfortable when we're talking about Eve and we're talking about We Used to Live Here and Thomas, etc. Even though arguably I have so many more questions. But anyway, this is a continuation and a little follow-up from, obviously this is the caretaker video, but also from the We Used to Live Here video. So if you didn't see that and you don't know all the backstory about We Used to Live Here at this point, I would go check that out briefly just because we do have some updates. I'm also not going over the whole book in here. That's not what this is. This is just a video regarding stuff that specifically matches with the caretaker. There is only one thing that is an update from the original video, because when I posted the original video, code and stuff in there, not the Morse code, but in Hoax, the document, there's like a bunch of symbols and stuff. I think 2 weeks after I posted that video, the code was broken and you were able to actually figure out the code. If you're here and you haven't seen what the code is, we are going to go over that from that chapter. But otherwise, everything else is just the caretaker related. We're not going over the whole book and talking about theories for that book as well, because they are pretty separate. That was something that I talked about it. If it was Marcus Cleaver on the YouTube video talking about the caretaker, he did say that they were generally pretty separate. So I kind of took that to heart. So I don't want to re-go over everything from We Used to Live Here. It would be way too much. That'd be crazy. So we're just going over stuff that connects the two. So let's start with that. First of all, this was always suspicious, but Kai and Paige specifically are the ones that have cold blue eyes. This was something, again, that was already suspicious from We Used to Live Here, but it kind of makes more sense in the context of now knowing that the visitors have cold blue eyes. Now, do I think that Kai and Paige are visitors? No. I think that people who are directly encapsulated within Old House have those pale blue eyes. They could have been originally a person who is now stuck there, but I do think that everyone is correct. Everyone pretty much talks about Kai being a trickster, and I do think that holds a lot of weight still. Do I think he always has been of Old House? I don't know, but I do think there's a capability of people who have been in Old House for so long. I do think that they become of Old House, and I think once you've been there long enough, you could actually develop those cold blue eyes. Like, it kind of takes you over. Again, Kai and Paige, cold blue eyes. I do think those two out of the group are the ones who are the most inundated within the house. I think Newton and Jenny are generally new. Jenny is actively trying to get out. And then you have Thomas, who is a bit more complicated, and I feel like I have a little bit more information and understanding about him since reading The Caretaker, which is interesting because Thomas is generally the most interesting and the most debated character from We Used to Live Here. So Thomas, I thought this was interesting, but Eve specifically says that Thomas has sad eyes, and it's almost like he's seen a lot of bodies that have been buried. And it's very similar to how Macy talks about David, and kind of everybody in The Caretaker just seems melancholy. So that does seem to match with Thomas being sad. So I said I was going to talk about this. Charlie, Shiloh, and Brownie all have heterochromia, which is really interesting. So that heterochromia, I mean, it's very specific. What does that mean for Charlie? I don't know. Oh, you know what? Potentially, that could explain why Charlie was able to notice differences, because there is like a section in We Used to Live Here that is very strange, but we get to a certain level of Old House where obviously things are changing. We talked about it, the cubic grid pattern. So Eve in We Used to Live Here is traveling through these grid patterns, and again, the farther away she gets from her starting point, the more different things are. So we are somewhere in the grid during We Used to Live Here when we see the stained glass window is moved and Charlie goes in the house and notices that it's moved. So I am curious if Charlie is more aware of things, like every version of Charlie, because of the heterochromia, she can potentially see things that are changing that maybe other people can't. So she did see a stained glass window, which is strange because if we're moving locations, you would think that Charlie wouldn't notice a difference. She would think that it's the same thing. So that is weird. It's very strange. So that could explain why Charlie has heterochromia in the story. I don't know though. I don't know why Charlie. However, Shiloh and Brownie both have heterochromia and they both had a section of where they were looking up at something. Now Shiloh's was explained as being an ant on the wall because Shiloh does not like bugs. However, I don't really buy that, especially seeing Brownie's section of Brownie looking all the way up, and Shiloh also was looking all the way up. So I do think that Shiloh was looking at an invisible entity just like Brownie was. Also, Charlie has black hair. This may mean something, this may not mean something. So we did talk about the document A New Friend where Jane, basically Jane Doe, has black hair. And then we also know that David's wife in the picture, his previous wife that something potentially happened to, she also has black hair. So there could be some sort of connection between the two of them. We don't know as of yet, but I do think it's good to note who has black hair and who doesn't. This was a huge one. This one was something that came up a lot when people talked about We Used to Live Here. It just wasn't, we didn't know why at this point. So Thomas takes anti-anxiety medication, which I feel like is a massive hint to Thomas knowing stuff is happening, but potentially doesn't have complete control over his body. So Thomas is taking anti-anxiety medication, and we know from the caretaker that there is a section of the ritual where Macy had to keep her BPM under 150, I think it was 151 beats. And so it does seem like Thomas is actively trying to control his heart rate. Now, I don't think that he is a ward. I think he potentially was at some point. So I never really knew how to feel about Thomas. Based on the knowledge that I have now and based upon the reread of We Used to Live Here, I do think that Thomas is possessed. I do think the entity has taken over Thomas, but if he can keep his heart rate down, he stays in control. If he gets stressed and is really like out of control, that's when the entity can take over and kind of cause a little bit of destruction and issues. So I think that is what is going on with Thomas. Obviously, I don't know. That is a guess, but there are some hints that that is what is going on. Paige tattoo. I feel like we got a lot more explanation about this. It says it's a circle with a line bisecting through it, and combining this with Paige talking later about how things and times have changed so much while she's been alive. I think Paige was potentially a member of the cult, of the Red Sun cult thing, and that's what the tattoo is denoting, and she has been stuck in Old House or just lives in Old House. I always thought that Paige was actually a good character. I always thought that she was actively trying to get them kicked out of the house based on how she was acting. So it almost felt like she was trying to help Eve. But based on this tattoo now, it's still possible. It is possible that she is part of a cult that is internally working against something, or she just was part of a cult and then got stuck in Old House. But it does seem suspicious that this is kind of, at least this is what I picture, because it did say a line, it said a circle bisected with a line, and it does seem like the other lines could have been erased, or this is just another symbol of another cult. That is also possible. So that one is pretty interesting now that we kind of have a lot of looks at like the sigils. But then we have another one. So this is Thomas. Thomas yet again is such an important character. So we end up hearing 3 knocks, which is very significant in the caretaker. And then we find Thomas outside and he's kind of just standing there, stock still. And it almost seems like he is not breathing and he is not answering to anything. And if you combine that with the idea of, if you're looking at the end, so there's 2 options here. There's probably a lot more options, but the 2 options that my brain goes to are, there's a section in the caretaker where the people on the phone tell Macy not to look at it or you won't be able to breathe. I definitely think that is an aspect here of potentially he is looking at it and he is not breathing and is kind of stuck in this trance. And that's why Charlie and Eve have to kind of wake him up out of it and bring him inside. The other option is if you pair this moment with the interview from We Used to Live Here. So they interview this kid named Andrew who went into Old House. There's a moment where he is just talking normally, is really scared, and then he stops. And it's like something has taken over his body. And I do think that what has happened to Andrew is what has happened to Thomas, but Thomas is aware of it, is aware of what's happening, is actually trying to fight it. So it's possible here that the entity has taken over and he's stressed, and when they kind of wake him out of it, it knocks him out of it. So it does seem parallel to what Andrew was going through in the interview, which does point to a possession situation. The basement in the figure is this tall, creeping figure. It again is very reminiscent of what Macy had to deal with in The Caretaker. We also have the bone white door. So the bone white door does seem like it is, and this was also something that Andrew talked about. Andrew said there was a door that they kind of looked through and it went to this weird basement thing, hospital thing. And so this bone white door does seem like it is most likely a portal or a door to other parts of Old House. This bone white door does show up in The Caretaker as well. So again, it all connects back to this Old House. Now that obviously that bone white door led to something completely different in The Caretaker, but it's still the imagery. It's still the imagery and it does connect it to Old House. Heather's house is actually kind of complicated. I do have some theories about Heather's house. So Heather, there's a lot of stuff going about. Heather is like so important now in this story. Like she was always important, but like extra important here. So Eve shows up at Heather's house and notices that the light has turned off inside the house, but Heather is outside and she says, oh no, I live alone. So we already have some electrical issues that we obviously now know a lot about from The Caretaker. So it does point to something going on within Heather's house. We also have the Southern drawl. She talks about her grandkids and the dogs, and it's most likely the woman on the phone with Macy is Heather, which points to Heather being some sort of guardian in this world. This was like one of those weird catches, but lime green Bic lighter. Heather does smoke and she actually pulls out a lime green Bic lighter, but that is something that Macy finds in the Caretaker home. She finds it in the Carnswells. So that's a little weird, right? Like that's a really specific small thing. Do I know what that means? No, but it is curious. Like potentially is Heather living in a similar house, but in a parallel world so that Bic lighter is the same because it's in both versions of the house? I don't know. I don't have enough information or layout of Heather's house to see how similar it is to the Carnswell house. Obviously the area is very different, but how similar like is the actual house? So that is interesting. We also have, so from the story with Jane, you had the thump scrape, which was definitely some sort of entity. And within Heather's house, we also have a thump scrape. So is there also an entity living in Heather's house? That was always something people were suspicious of. And then we also have the phone ringing. So as Eve is about to leave, like Eve makes her call to Charlie and does all that type of stuff. We don't really need to go over that. That's more we used to live here focused. But the phone rings as Eve is about to leave. And I will say the phone is red. The phone is red. It's not, I believe in The Caretaker, the phones are white. Heather's phone is red. And red in The Caretaker kind of points to stuff relating to the Red Sun overworld. So I'm very curious. So Heather says that it's probably for Eve because she rarely gets phone calls. And now the white door at the end of the hallway is cracked open. So I personally, okay, there's two options here that I've been kind of thinking about. So your first option is actually there's three. The original option, if you didn't have anything from The Caretaker, my original opinion about Heather was that she was trying to do a replacement ritual and Heather was trying to get out of Old House, and that would trap Eve within Old House and within this area. I don't think that is accurate anymore. I do think this Heather is of this version of the world and of Old House. And I actually think Heather is, so again, back to the two options when you take The Caretaker into effect. You have option number one is Heather is a guardian, and that which we know, it seems like she is the one that called Macy. So she potentially uses that red phone to call people who are in Red Sun overworlds to help them. So she's like a guardian, and that's it. And maybe she's dealing with some malevolent force, like potentially the Guardians have to deal with their own thing. And they're also doing some sort of following the rites, but their version. The other option is Heather is both a Guardian and a ward of her area. which would kind of make sense because she is directly next to an old house. So potentially she is doing something similar. I kind of think it's the first one because I am curious. I don't think every version of Old House in the repeating cubic grid, I don't think every version is a red sun overworld. I don't think every version has the capability of becoming a red sun, because that would be a lot. I feel like every version of Old House has some sort of thing going on, but they don't have to be the same. So we may not have these wards in some of the old houses. We may not have the red sun overworld capability in other ones. Very complicated. Very complicated. But that's kind of, again, my thoughts. That does not mean it's correct, but that is how my brain is processing what is going on with Heather. So I do think Heather is just a guardian and is dealing with her own entity that is trying to distract her from making these phone calls. And Heather telling Eve to answer the phone, I do think it's potentially a call for Eve from another guardian, maybe trying to tell Eve how to help her and what to do, potentially. So that is an option now that we have information from the caretaker. Obviously there could be other theories. I would love to hear other theories about Heather because fascinating. Heather's story and how it connects to the caretaker is absolutely fascinating. So moving on to the cabin, we immediately are rushed into this cabin that has so much information about Old House. Immediately we come across this olive green door that leads to it. So potentially this guy could be a ward. So we could have a ward over here and this guy is doing what he has to do in this cabin. So there's like notes and stuff, and there's a lot of notes. So one of them is saying that there is a house of refuge. There's a middle-aged woman in the house of refuge. If her son has died, leave immediately and make sure she doesn't follow. So according to Reddit, so I didn't put this in the Reddit section because it makes more sense to put it here, but according to Reddit, there's a lot of people who believe that Grace is the woman and the Carneswell residence is the house of refuge. I can't say whether or not I think that is accurate. There's just not enough information, especially if you consider that. So Grace, it looks like, had 3 kids with her other husband, but we don't know anything about her kids. And Caleb, it seems like, is David's son with the other woman and not Grace. So I don't know. Grace's house or the Carneswell residence does not seem like a house of refuge. Like, it seems pretty bad. However, it could be better than being an old house, and it could be a way to escape. And they do talk about that there's potentially a hatch near the Carneswell residence, or near the Windfall Inlet. They think there could be a hatch. So it could be, because we do talk about a hatch. We'll talk about that in a second. That's the section that is decoding the thing from We Used to Live Here. Could be that is the house of refuge if this is actually a hatch leading there. But it just like doesn't exactly perfectly match up. So my brain is not co-signing this theory, but that is a theory that Grace is the woman. The Carneswell residence is the house of refuge, but something about the son dying, leave, I don't know. Potentially, I guess, because she does trick Eve into becoming a ward, so it could be that she could trick you into becoming a ward, and that's why you need to leave, so you don't become ward. So I guess that could be it. So ever since Caleb died, what if, ever since, because like your stepson is still your son, so if Grace really is married to David, she does know the rights. So it's possible that Caleb died, and ever since then they've been looking for someone to take over so they can leave, potentially. And so if you go there, so son has died, if you go there, Grace might make you the ward. And she did have a comment about sending the cavalry after Macy. So it is possible, because it says don't let her follow you. So I don't know. That could be it. That is a lot of reaching because we just don't know that much about this section, but I figured it was definitely worth mentioning. So that is a bit of the theory from Reddit. That is how my brain is currently processing it. Then we come across the man. He has a giant scar on his face, and it's pretty well believed that this is a later version of Thomas. So the old man, whoever he is, says, those people in your house, that's not what they look like. And this brings us back to the caretaker, because we know the visitors in the caretaker can change shape, can change form. They're not who they look like. So it is potentially that Paige and Kai, specifically with the cold blue eyes, that's not what they look like. They are taking on the forms of other people, and they could just be entities, tricksters, old gods, etc. And we kind of do believe that Kai is a trickster, so Kai could be wearing someone else's skin that he has seen or killed or something like that. So that is curious. that's not what they look like. And that's kind of why, I mean, Kai torments Newton and them because it does seem like he is of old house and Newton and Jenny are not. So that's not what they look like. It does seem similar to something in the Caretaker with the visitors. Okay, into more comfortable territory of the hoax. The biggest document in We Used to Live Here is hoax, and it has so many symbols and so many things going on. So if you guys did not know, it has been decoded online, and here is what those symbols actually mean. So it is, she has to or must invite them in, which Eve invited them in, not great. At red tree, take 10 paces left, then round boulder 3, go back to red tree, knock 2, go back to boulder, there's an underground hatch. At the underground hatch, descend, take cross pose 5 seconds, avoid violent host, take 30 paces forward, and then wait 3 days. And supposedly this is a way to get out of old house, potentially. We don't know exactly what this is for, but it does seem like it's some sort of ritual to potentially get out of old house. And we actually saw someone in We Used to Live Here take the cross pose. So that's kind of what the little Easter egg of that was, is someone actually, it seemed like they were trying to do this in the book. So that is that for now. I have another half of the book of We Used to Live Here to go through, but I do think this was the most important stuff, especially Heather's house and the anti-anxiety pills that Thomas was taking. But I'm going to double check through the rest of the book and continue on in a minute, but hopefully we're almost done. I didn't think that I had too much more, and I really didn't. So we're just gonna go through this last little bit of things, and then we're gonna wrap this video up. So there's a moment that Thomas is hitting himself outside that Eve sees through the window, and it's almost like this just out of body moment. There's like moments that you catch Thomas doing things that don't exactly match up to like what he's supposed to be doing. And so again, this kind of goes back to potentially being possessed, but he is himself, and he's currently working on his own following of the rites, which is working directly against what Eve is trying to do. And it is like a tactic to kind of psych yourself up and kind of almost shock your system to calm it down. So this could just be another thing where he's trying to calm his system down and stay under 150 beats. The woman in the attic has a shaved head, but you can see that she has black roots. Again, we have another person with hair that is black. Again, it could just be a hallucination of Charlie. It could be something different because we have that Jane Doe and we have David's wife. It's just black hair is not like the most common hair color. So it stands to reason that something might be connected there. So like I said, this is, a lot of these videos are just for like posterity's sake, where I can come back and say, oh, there it is. There it is. Another big thing is they have like a whole thing of like basically playing hide and seek, which again is a huge thing in the Caretaker, where you have to hide. You cannot let whatever it is see you. And in the Caretaker, if it saw you, you'd have to fight back. And Eve seems to be in a similar situation, that she is trying to hide from this thing, from seeing her. We already covered this, but this is where Paige says the world has been changing. And then we also covered the Andrew interview where he kind of dissociates, and it does match what Thomas is doing, which does lend to the idea that they are somewhat possessed by some sort of entity. And then we get to Charlie on the phone. So this is an interesting thing that it's something we kind of talked about in the Caretaker, of whether or not Gemma is actually on the phone or actually sending all these text messages to Macy, because we do know that the entities can kind of mess with electronics. So I am curious if this, and in the Jane Doe story, we had the entity pick up the phone as Jane. And I feel like that's a really big hint that we could be talking to some sort of entity, a trickster, something like that. So Eve is at the motel with Charlie and notices that Charlie doesn't have the tattoo that she's supposed to have. And so a different Charlie calls and says, that is not the real Charlie. You need to leave. Don't come back to the house. But she's kind of saying that she's at the house. And this feels like a reverse psychology moment where this entity is luring her back to the house, because again, the entities know kind of what triggers people, and Eve would come back to the house knowing that Charlie potentially needs help or Shiloh needs help. So this does have me question, based on some of the things that happen in the Jane Doe story and things that happen in the Caretaker, if this is a version of an old house Charlie, or if this is the entity pretending to be Charlie. Also, there's a little section about anxiety, and We Used to Live Here, that says like the higher your anxiety, the higher perceived threats can be. And again, everything is just linked back to anxiety. So I thought that was a little bit important that we had that little section. Then on page 243, this is kind of where we have like a big moment of Eve going into like the final form area, basically, where they start calling her Emma. And we have an orange light. And orange is something I've kind of ignored this whole video because I was just like focused on the other colors and I didn't want to add another one in. But the orange light seems very important because we also have an orange glow and orange light outside of the Carnswell house, and the Carnswell house we know has the olive green paint, and in this situation we have an orange light right outside of an olive green door. So it's like, oh, is this like a signifier of something? Is this something going on? I don't know what it is, but it does match with the Carnswell house. So I don't know, again, if you open that door, you go into a new area. I don't know, but it does match. We also have a cryptic glyph on the door. I don't know if it was super explained what the glyph looked like, but it was some sort of glyph on the door, which again, there was a glyph on the Carnswell property. So who knows at this point. This is also something, very quickly, Ring of Eyes. If someone has an explanation for this, let me know. I kind of was looking into it and I just didn't find anything that makes me think any sort of way. But in the pictures that Eve finds, she sees that Allison's dad was part of a band or was wearing a shirt that had Ring of Eyes on it, and it seems like it's a band, and it also has a sigil on it that apparently looks like a sigil, but they talk about it in the PCMAs. The PCMA document talks about it, and I'm just like, oh gosh. And they say like the Ring of Eyes, it looks like a different sigil, but it's not actually that sigil. But then there's like a faction break off of Ring of Eyes. So what is Ring of Eyes? Is Ring of Eyes the band, or is Ring of Eyes a cult, or is it both? Is the dad actually part of a cult the whole time, and that's what draws Thomas in? I don't know. That I was a little bit confused about some sort of connection there. Again, I've said it before, the God stuff completely goes over my head, but I did notice that connection with the Ring of Eyes. So that is something I'm gonna have to like look out for if we bring that up more, or I just missed some sort of context to this. But Ring of Eyes was brought up and We Used to Live Here. It was also brought up in the PCMA documents about the gods. So do with that as you will. Maybe you guys can research that more. So final thing that we're gonna go over, I don't know if everyone has read this little short story because it was only in the Barnes & Noble exclusive, I believe, in the paperback. So I do have multiple copies of this book. I most likely will end up with another copy of The Caretaker, but the copies that I have, probably the most used is this copy of We Used to Live Here. In the behind the scenes for my members, I'm going to do a flip through of both of these books because The Caretaker also looks like this now. But the paperback of We Used to Live Here does have a bonus section at the end, and it is called Stairwell. So this is the little bonus story. It mostly revolves around stuff that happens in We Used to Live Here. It's basically this kid who wants to get into Old House and he decides not to use a guide to get into Old House. So we kind of have two alternating stories. There's a document about a guy who uses a guide and is still having a bad time, but then we have this dude, Steven, who decides not to use a guide and is just following like an online forum of what to do. And obviously it goes wrong. And I do think this story shows a level of evolution as well. So I do think this story shows like how difficult Old House is to escape and to get into correctly. Again, it is mostly We Used to Live Here, so I don't want to go over it like too much because I didn't find that much that goes with The Caretaker. A couple of things from The Caretaker. Once Steven is in Old House, he does come across a mother searching for her child, and the instructions that he found said that you need to calm the mother down. So it does seem like it's a version of a weeper. It's not wearing the yellow outfit, but again, each version of Old House in the repeating cubic grid is different. So Steven is probably not in the same Old House that Macy or Eve are in. So his weepers are going to act differently. So it's wearing a different outfit, and there's a couple of different rules. So you are supposed to calm them, but in this case, it has to give you permission to leave. So I thought that was interesting. And they also call it an anchor, which I will go over in a second. It's a thing from We Used to Live Here. But mother searching for the child, need to calm her down just like the regular weepers, but we do have like a different set of rules. But if you can't calm them down, you need to run for your life, which is, again, very similar to The Caretaker with the weepers. And then we also get an actual full explanation for the pills, which is propranolol. It is a beta blocker that reduces your blood pressure and your heart rate, which is something that Thomas is taking. And again, it just relates back to the blood pressure thing from the Caretaker, with Macy trying to keep her blood pressure low in that little section for her following the rites. Okay, so quickly, Anchor, because I do want to go back over what an anchor is, because potentially are the visitors anchors, and we just didn't talk about this list of things because it is separate from We Used to Live Here. But this says anchors, also known as tricksters, spirit, demon, entity, presence, specter, etc. Either a non-human entity or a host who has been trapped for so long they are essentially no longer human. Some are neutral, some are helpful, most are incredibly dangerous. Anchor motives are often incomprehensible. Seems like some feed on terror, confusion, and chaos. So it does seem like, at least in the Caretaker, we have a full-blown anchor that is being called the entity, and potentially the visitors are anchors as well, and that's why the weeper in here was called an anchor, just because that is just the broad term that they use. So we didn't really use any of those terms in the Caretaker, but it is possible that these things are anchors according to the We Used to Live Here lore. So that's it. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. I'm sure I missed a ton of stuff to go over, but this is the extent of my thoughts. I am out of thoughts. I am so tired. I'm exhausted. I can't believe this video was as long as it was, but I hope you got something out of it. I should have told everybody to listen to it on like 3x speed at the beginning if you can listen to it that fast. But anyway, I would love for you guys to tell me what you think down below about these books. Obviously, this was a 5-star. I know I didn't say that at the beginning, but obviously the Caretaker was a 5-star. We Used to Live Here was a 5-star. My personal opinion is I do like We Used to Live Here more, but I think it's just because I spent more time, like a lot of time with a lot of time with We Used to Live Here. And there was just something about it, like it was like one of my first books that I really dove really deeply into and really talked about at length. So there is a special place in my heart for We Used to Live Here. I do think probably the Caretaker is a better overall story, just kind of self-contained. If you don't want to do a bunch of extra thinking and thought processing, the Caretaker is just a very, very solid horror story. It's scary, it's creepy, and it does make you kind of question reality and things. So I do appreciate that. So both are definitely 5 stars. And yeah, like I said, definitely let me know what you thought about it. If you have any theories, I don't care if they challenge my own. I love to hear about that. Definitely if you want to go on Reddit, like I said, I'm going to have a bunch of links listed down below for you guys. And obviously this is not comprehensive whatsoever. I only know as much as I possibly can know. I think that's what's kind of fun, is I actually don't know anything. This is just my thought process on what's going on. So I love the speculation. Like I said, comment down below if you are speculating on anything. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure to subscribe to miss any future content if you want behind the scenes of this video and flip throughs of the books. I would go ahead and check out my membership. Make sure you like the video and enjoyed it. If you made it this far, leave a house emoji, because everything bad is happening in these houses. So anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you guys in the next video.